The region in which Bowling Green State University and its campuses are situated inhabit the Great Black Swamp and the Lower Great Lakes region. This land is the homeland of the Wyandot, Kickapoo, Miami, Potawatomi, Odawa, and multiple other indigenous tribal nations, present and past, who were forcibly removed to and from the area. We recognize these historical and contemporary ties in our efforts towards decolonizing history, and we thank the indigenous individuals and communities who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. Good morning. My name is Anna Brown. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Deputy Chief for Diversity, Belonging, and Multicultural Affairs. It is my absolute privilege to introduce to you Jennifer McCary, Chief Diversity and Belonging Officer.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Jennifer McCary. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I just want to greet you all this morning and welcome you to the second annual Day of Dialogue. When I created this program last year, it was out of a need to have and navigate crucial conversations. As you know, a conversation becomes crucial when emotions are strong, opinions differ, and stakes are high. On a daily basis, you may encounter strong emotions and differing opinions, but when you introduce risk or serious consequences, it becomes an inevitable reality that meaningful dialogue leading to action is needed. Done well, these conversations can be a powerful tool that promotes growth and ignites the leadership of all involved. Too often, however, crucial conversations are avoided and are not done with the care, empathy, and humility necessary. This is where this program came in. It provided an opportunity for discussion and created a space where everyone could learn something. Last year, this program was 100% virtual, and it had over 11,000 views. This year, we have switched to a hybrid model with an intentionally small number of participants gathered in person for health and safety, as we embark on a week's worth of discussions all jammed into one day. The reality is this discussion has become just another distraction. We unfortunately always find something to further divide us. But today is about expressing the courage and wisdom to navigate these difficult conversations. We ask that in person and online that you help us to create a safe environment that will facilitate open dialogue. Go into the conversation with a sense of curiosity and a desire to gain understanding that will lead to the best possible outcomes for everyone. As Dr. Maya Angelou said, beneath the skin, beyond the differing features, and into the true heart of being, fundamentally, we are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. With that, let's stop looking for what can further divide us, and let's create a campus culture where everyone learns from it. Today is about music. Today is about belonging. Today is about dialogue. On behalf of the Division of Diversity and Belonging, I wish to thank all of our organizers, Anna Brown, Katie Steigels, Jason Walton, Tom Cummings, Patrick Nelson, James Dachik, Melissa Oxer, and others. I also wish to thank our presenters, our volunteers, and each of you who are viewing or participating in this event in person or online. Finally, thank you to the College of Musical Arts for their co-sponsorship of our keynote. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Katie Steigels to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, all. I'm Katie Steigels, Director of Multicultural Affairs and LGBTQ+ programs here at BGSU. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I have the honor and absolute pleasure of introducing you to our phenomenal keynote speaker today. As you may know, the Day of Dialogue is one of our BGSU community's opportunities to come together to examine racial issues in the United States, as well as to challenge what has become the cultural norm of avoiding engaging in difficult but meaningful racial dialogue. I met today's keynote speaker when we were both undergraduate music majors at Xavier University just a few moons ago. Tony was someone I looked up to immediately. He was a couple years ahead of me in school. He was immensely talented, very involved in campus life, a brilliant and dynamic man. Tony and I had many a long conversation, and often they were about race and civil rights in the U.S. In our growing friendship, Tony invested in me and my desire to learn more and to do better, and he helped me to expand my mind, to understand the difference between crumbs from the table and true equity, restitution. In our friendship, I think we accomplished some of the very same goals of this BGSU Day of Dialogue. In those days, since earning his BA in vocal music performance at Xavier University, Tony has surely accomplished much. He earned his master's in elementary education from Florida State University and an MA in education and PhD in sociocultural approaches to research in education from the University of Delaware, where he also earned both Educator of the Year Award and the Dissertation of the Year Award. Dr. Anderson is currently an administrator at the Fort Hays Metropolitan Education Center, a Grammy Award-winning arts magnet high school in Columbus City Schools. Dr. Anderson has received international acclaim for his work as the creator of several transformational academic, entrepreneurship, mental health and wellness, and social justice themed enrichment programs. Additionally, Dr. Anderson, also known as Dr. Hip Hop, has been assistant artist manager and A&R for the Grammy Award-winning hip hop band, The Roots, and has been co-manager for Elevator Fight featuring Zoe Kravitz. Tony is also the founder and director of the Paragon Project, a youth-led music group that creates and performs music that addresses social issues and the socio-emotional well-being of youth. For all these reasons and so many more, Bowling Green State University is lucky to have him as our keynote speaker today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to my friend, Dr. Tony Anderson.
I couldn't get off the block, so I signed to the Heat. I only rap for one reason, to keep my mind off the street. And also to get you mad, watch the ink turn to fire as soon as it hits the pad. It's your boy Shorty D, AKA the One Taker. I'm broke, but there's $1 million written on my paper. So watch me spit these rhymes in a dope hook. Ain't it funny how the tip of your pencil can burn a hole into your rhyme book? That wasn't written by me. That was written by a 7th grader who at the time was failing English. Hello, my name is Dr. Tony Anderson, and this is when your passion and purpose collide, how hip-hop became my career. Before we begin, let me just say thank you to Dr. Katie and her team, Anna Brown, the Bowling Green Office of Multicultural Affairs, and the College of Musical Arts for bringing me here to speak with you today. It is so exciting to be able to share with folks here in person, as well as my wife, Angie, my daughter, Ava, my mom, and all my friends and everyone else who is watching this online. I have a lot of information to share with you, and I hope that buried within these crazy stories, you'll find something interesting enough to keep your attention. So I'm going to ask a favor. All of you have your mask on and we're being safe, except for me at the moment. When I say something that you agree with, I need you to nod, because I can't really see your facial expression. Is that all right? Okay. I would like to start with this image. This image is on the side of a corner store in my neighborhood. If I was from the East Coast, you would say this was the side of a bodega, okay? I start here because it was here that shaped so many of my conceptions about the world. It was in this neighborhood that my mom purchased her first house. Back in the 1980s, in the 1900s, they had this thing I like to refer to as the poverty lottery. It's where if you qualify, you can enter to win a house for $1. So that's exactly what happened to us. My mom won the house I grew up in for $1. Now the catch was the house was in such disrepair that if you won, you had to agree to finance the repairs necessary to bring the house up to code. So that's what we did. But for me, that house and that neighborhood informed a lot of who I am today. The violence in that neighborhood was and is so crazy that the kids that live in that community now call it South Afghanistan. When I grew up there, I called it the circle of death because it seemed that everyone around that house would either get shot or stabbed during the time that I grew up in that community. Now that it's being gentrified, it's called Southern Orchards. I haven't seen an orchard in that community ever. When I went off to college, my mom finally moved away. She made a little bit on the sale of the house, but nothing like what the house just recently sold for. Incredibly, that house that my mother purchased for $1 just recently sold for $250,000. Let me tell you, gentrification is real. And of course, she didn't see any of that. When I was in the 3rd grade, my teacher, Mrs. Walters, overheard me singing the national anthem. And she said, you have a nice voice. You should audition for this thing called the Columbus Boy Choir. And I didn't know what the Columbus Boy Choir was, but the Columbus Boy Choir was a very big deal. They toured and competed against the Harlem Boy Choir, the Vienna Boy Choir, and various other choirs around the world. And if you're familiar with the Harlem Boy Choir and Vienna Boy Choir, they're very, very popular, nationally touring boys' choirs. When we would be in competition with those choirs, we would win. We would actually beat them. There was an elementary level, a middle school level, and a high school level. The high school level choir toured around the country and Europe. I was identified as gifted. So in the 4th grade, that's me all the way on the end, if you haven't figured out, on the right side in the front row, that I was able to tour with the high school choir. Sadly, after a couple of years in the boy choir, the director of the choir, Mr. Jefferson, suddenly passed away at 47 years old. For many of us in the choir, that was the primary male figure in our lives. Naturally, most of us were devastated and had a difficult time singing after that. You have to imagine the impact Mr. Jefferson had in the community and the legacy that he left behind among all these young men. So shortly after dealing with the trauma of Mr. Jefferson's passing and the boy choir disbanding for a period of time, my brilliant mother found this group called the Self-Esteem Team. Now, the Self-Esteem Team was similar to the boy choir only in that it was a collective of like-minded youth who performed around the country. But the Self-Esteem Team leveraged this new thing that was emerging called hip-hop. Using hip-hop, the Self-Esteem Team would write raps about being drug-free. I'm gonna try now. You gotta stay with me. For those hip-hop aficionados, the era was 1989. We were kids. But I'm gonna try and pull from my memory one of the Self-Esteem Team raps so you can understand the context. So you think drinking alcohol makes you cool? Well, listen to us, y'all, don't be no fool. You say you wanna get high so you can turn out? Well, let us tell you what it's all about. You see, you turn up the bottle, it messes up your brain. You get so high you don't know your name. We're the Self-Esteem Team, now let us speak, because the rhymes we say are very unique. You see, we drink all the time, but we don't drink the beer, the liquor, or the wine. We drink iced tea and Kool-Aid too. We like a Dr. Pepper or a Mountain Dew. A cherry cola with an ice cold slice, a red cream soda is pretty nice. A glass of milk with vitamin D, orange juice, water, or a can of Pepsi. Get high on life is what we're all about, and alcohol is something we can do without. We're the self-esteem team from UMOP, and get high on life is what we're all about. Thank you. So this is the foundation, right, for me. I'm in these groups as a young kid. I'm performing, and they're instilling certain values and morals that are shaping my upbringing as a youth. Give me a second here. I love the self-esteem team. I strongly believed in the message and the values of the self-esteem team. I stayed in the program and got to travel all over the United States, basically until I went to college. It was cool too because through that program, I got to know other young people that were positive from around the city who were similar to me and had similar interests. This program was founded and conceived by a man named Mr. Alfred Ray, who is to this day my mentor and primary father figure. At some point, Mr. Ray recognized my passion for this kind of work, and I transitioned from being one of the focal points and performers in the group to program coordinator of the summer program that was an outgrowth of the group. This gave me my first educational management experience. You have to imagine, we're running a summer program. He's trying to infuse academics into this group of students that really just want to perform. And I'm in high school, but I'm in charge of young people who are actually older than me. And so through that experience, I realized, I kind of enjoy this education thing. I like it. I knew that it was something that somewhere down the line I wanted to do. All of this against the backdrop of this emerging hip-hop culture, which at that time was balanced between social consciousness, humor, street and drug tales, and debauchery. Everything that happens going forward is a direct result of Mr. Ray's legacy, Mr. Jefferson's legacy, and my mother's legacy. As I started going through the chemical imbalance and crazy time called puberty, I started trying to wonder how I was being perceived. I wondered about what people thought of me. Like, what kind of man did I want to be? What does manhood even mean? Sure, I had the role models of Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Ray, but I both met them when they were in their 40s. So what does Tony at 16 look like? What does Tony at 20 look like? Tony at 25, and so on. How do I determine what's cool? I started to look closely at this hip-hop culture thing that was happening, and I was fascinated by the representations of certain artists. For me, these guys were the ultimate in cool. And if I could just pull a little bit from their personality and make it mine, I would be cool too, or so I thought. These guys became my heroes and very consciously my cultural role models and templates for my identity. So specifically KRS-One, one of the first records I remember from him was My Philosophy. And the first line is a sample of himself, and it says, "I think very deeply." And I was just like intrigued by that because here's someone talking about education in a cool way. So for him, he really is an archetype, one of my top 5 for those that want to know. He was just very, very instrumental in my identity. Ice Cube at that time was the man. He was everywhere. He was in movies, he was controversial, he was confident, he was smart, he was writing, he was doing everything. But I loved his confidence, his machismo. And so for me, those were the elements that I drew from his character. Chuck D, his passion in politics caught my attention. These guys were making references to books in their songs that I would then go, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know who this person is. I'm going to go find who this person is. And that's how information was being transferred to me as a young man. And then Shock G. I promise you, that was up there prior to him passing away. Musically, there was something about his talent that resonated with me. His humor was something that was very, very, very charismatic to me, and I just loved it. The very first concert I went to was an Ice Cube and Shock G Digital Underground concert. And so for me, I was heartbroken when he passed away. But these are the folks that are kind of like the pillars of my personality that kind of shaped my understanding of what manhood was. In high school, I did a lot. Because the neighborhood where my house was so riddled with violence, my brilliant mom refused to let me go to my neighborhood school. It was riddled with gangs and all kinds of problems. And again, my mother, who was doing the best that she could, entered me into a lottery. She played the lottery a lot. I'm starting to see a pattern here. She entered me into a lottery and I was accepted into the public school's highest performing school, Columbus Alternative High School. While there, I flourished and became vice president of my class and prom king. Now, because COS, that's Columbus Alternative High School, COS for short, was solely focused on academics and the arts, they had no sports teams. Now, context. You've already got a sense that I love music. But as much as I love music, you have to know I love basketball more. So I really believed I was going to at least make it in college to play basketball. It's hard to see now. I was 100 pounds smaller. Just go with me. So at night, I went to the neighborhood school and played on the basketball and football teams there. When I was a senior, I had completed all my core courses to graduate, and there was the opportunity to go to this performance-based vocational school and career center at yet another school halfway through the day. That school was a performing arts magnet high school, Fort Hays. So my day looked like this. In the morning, I would go to COS. In the afternoon, I would go to Fort Hays. And then at night, I would go to the sports teams at Columbus South. It was there at Fort Hays that I continued to develop my music and honestly got back to the style of singing I was doing with the Columbus Boy Choir. When it came time to apply for college, I kind of knew where I wanted to go, but not because it was an informed decision. It was because I was in love with basketball. When I was a kid, I remember seeing Xavier play Georgetown in the NCAA tournament, and it piqued my interest. And for some reason, I decided in that moment that if I got the opportunity to go to Xavier University in Cincinnati, Ohio, I would go. So when it came time for me to apply, I applied there, I applied to Ohio University, I applied to Ohio State. My thought was if I get accepted, I was probably good enough to walk onto the basketball team. And I was accepted at the school, but it was crazy expensive. And I didn't exactly get a basketball scholarship. I had gotten some interest from other schools, but I didn't want to play there. I really just wanted to play at Xavier. So I figured I would, lean on my vocals and try to get a small grant to be in the choir or the chamber ensemble at school. At that time, I think they were giving $1,000 grants if you participated in the choir. And I go to the audition, and I sing for the $1,000 grant. At some point, I get a call from the chair of the department, and he says, Tony, we have a scholarship for people who want to major in music. Why didn't you audition for that? And I said, I thought you wanted a piano virtuoso or a violinist or, someone who's, like a savant or something, I don't know. They said, well, the people that you audition for the choir are the same people that sit for the audition for the scholarship. And you were the best audition we had. If you are willing to come to Xavier and major in music, the scholarship is yours. And I said, no brainer. I'm there. So think about 17-year-old Tony. Considering everything I told you, where I grew up, the neighborhood, the environment, my dreams of playing basketball, this was absolutely a no-brainer. It probably should have been a brainer. Because what I didn't realize is that I had just signed up to go to school to earn a degree that essentially said I could sing. No disrespect to any vocal music majors that might be in the room, but I had no idea what I was doing. And at the time, I was falling in love with hip-hop and neo-soul. And Xavier had no faculty that could teach me anything about that culture. So needless to say, I struggled. My love for chamber music wasn't as strong as my love for hip-hop, and that was clear. But I was in school, right? So I did what any kid from that era would do. I tried to teach myself and finesse my way into the culture as a career. I got some turntables, I started DJing, I formed a group on campus and started rapping. We booked studio time and started recording. We did what we thought we could to try and figure it out. Those experiences taught me a lot and opened the door to some pretty crazy experiences. I battled rap against Wyclef from the Fugees and won. I DJ'd a lot of parties, both at Xavier and the University of Cincinnati. I got to throw a ton of events. So while none of this was part of my traditional course of study, it certainly helped inform where I am today. And about basketball. So Xavier is a very strong basketball school. It's a Division I school. It's in the Big East. At the time, they were in the Atlantic 10. I remember going to watch them train prior to them having tryouts for walk-ons. And when I watched them train, I realized for as much as I love basketball, I didn't love it as much as I thought. Because that was a whole different level. Now, in terms of skill, I felt like I could compete with a couple of guys on the team. In fact, the starting point guards, I felt pretty confident I could compete with them. But the work that was involved with being a Division I athlete definitely turned me off. The coach got to know me, and he recognized my passion. So he allowed me to practice under the guise of being a manager for the team. But when it came time to wash someone else's underwear, I didn't have it in me. I'm just going to be honest. So I sat out for the first 2 games of the season. There was a while where, we're doing preseason games and, I'm on the bench and I'm behind the bench. I'm like, this is kind of cool. I'm still here. I'm still involved. I'm a part of the team. This is good. But when that came time, Tony, you got to wash the laundry and this, wait a minute. He's just like me. He's same age. I can't. My ego just wouldn't allow me to do it. Sorry. I sat out for 2 games and I cried. I literally am in the stadium crying because the realization hit. This is over. Basketball is over. It's over. And then I saw a flyer around school that had an announcement for a vacancy for the school mascot. I said, well, let me try that out. And it changed my life. Because when I tried out for the mascot, I got that position. I got to travel, I got the gear, I got to influence the game. I've never done drugs, as you heard, I'm drug-free, but I can only imagine it's like being on a drug, because a mascot can literally do anything, and everybody just says, yeah! So I'm running out on the court, I'm dancing, there's plays that are happening in the game, and I'm drawing attention to the fact that the other team has stepped out of bounds, so the refs who didn't see it now see me pointing to I'm bringing attention. It was just a great experience, but it was a way for me to problem solve around that impending depression that was coming as a result of the end of my dreams. And so I know that seems kind of off in the distance and a tangent, but you'll see how that ties into the stories that come later with the young people that I'm working with. So here I am, majoring in vocal music performance, not understanding my degree, really being interested in hip-hop and R&B music and neo-soul, and not having anyone in the department that had the capacity or skill or know-how to teach me the information I was seeking. I was super excited to be in school. As I said, I was involved in everything, DJing, Black Student Association, super political, but I honestly wasn't the most academically focused at the time. I was able to graduate, but I didn't know anything about grad school. A Black man with no plan is terrifying. I didn't know about grad school, I didn't really understand what it was, and I did some deep soul searching. Reflecting on my time as coordinator of the self-esteem team, I realized, I do love education. Maybe I need to go to school for education. And maybe I can become an administrator, a teacher, something in that field. And so I applied to a bunch of schools. I applied to Capital. I applied to Otterbein. I applied to Ohio State. But more importantly, I applied to Columbia, Teachers College in New York. At that time, that was the #1 school in the country for educators, and so that's where I want to be. And they all said no, every last one of them. And there I was again, brokenhearted. So in my way of being persistent and tenacious, Al Gore was running for president. And at the time, he was campaigning about education. So I found my way to Al Gore and I said, "Sir, I would like to be an educator, but I can't get accepted into grad school. Would you write me a letter of recommendation?" He said, "Give me your information." Xavier had a panel discussion with the famed film producer, Spike Lee. And he told his story that was very similar to mine. Xavier had positioned me to interview him. And afterwards, I said, "Your story's like mine. I can't get into grad school. Would you do a letter of recommendation for me?" He says, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but I'll do it anyway. He says, "You write the letter, I'll sign it." And he did. So Columbia calls me back and says, "Sir, who are you? And why do you have recommendations from Al Gore and Spike Lee?" And I said, "Well, I'm different. And I think you guys should reconsider admitting me." And they said, "Well, let's see, your grades aren't the greatest. New York is the most expensive city in the country. Education really doesn't pay that much. We don't want you to come here, get in debt, and not graduate. It just would be a mess." I said, "Please, you don't understand. I'm exceptional. You need to make an exception." They called me back and said, "Why don't you take some summer classes, and if you raise your grades in the summer classes, you can come to Columbia." I said, "Great, no problem." 2 weeks later, I get a call back. "The committee didn't approve our plan. I'm sorry, you can't come to Columbia." Devastated. But persistent Tony's not stopping. So I hop in my car and I drive to New York. And I go to Columbia, and I knock on the door of the admissions office and say, "I don't have an appointment, but I just want to thank the person for reviewing my application." "Oh, sure, come right in." And I walk in, and I'm like, "Please, you don't understand. You don't understand where I live. You don't understand. I got to go to Columbia." And she was like, "I can't get you into Columbia. Maybe you can go to PACE." I said, "PACE? What is PACE?" They said, "Oh, yeah, PACE will take Columbia rejects." This is a conversation, real conversation. "PACE will take Columbia rejects all the time." Calls PACE up and then says, "Go over to PACE, meet this person, they'll take you." I'm like, I don't even know anything about PACE. So I called this mentor of mine. When I was in high school, this mentor was like in Dr. Katie's role. He worked at Ohio State in the Office of Multicultural Affairs. And he had an event called 100 Black Men, and he didn't have 100 black men. He had 98. So he asked my best friend and I, could you please come sing and participate in this program so I can literally have 100 black men on the stage for this event that I'm doing at Ohio State, even though we were in high school at the time. So I reached out to him, and I'm telling him all my troubles about getting into grad school. He says, well, Tony, I'm now the dean of the College of Education at Florida State University. I believe you. Apply to Florida State. You'll be my grad assistant. You're going to come here. You're going to be on probation, but you can come to Florida State. And so because of that situation, I was able to go to Florida State. And from that point on, I've never seen a B in my history, in my academic history. From that point on, I never wanted to see anybody else make a determination about my character on paper that I couldn't influence and help them understand and know the real me. So I go to Florida State a little pissed off, to be honest with you, because all these schools had rejected me. So now I feel like I got something to prove. Now you gotta understand, Florida State's in Tallahassee, Florida. Known for parties, known for, folks hanging out and having a good time. And so I was tunnel vision. I'm not getting caught up in any of that. I'm not doing any of my shenanigans, so I thought, that I had done at Xavier, but music kept pulling on me. So while I was there, I started noticing that all of these students that were at Florida A&M's marching band and Florida State's marching band were really talented. And they had these bands that were performing around town. And I'm like, this is amazing. But why are they all doing covers? Nobody has any original music around here? So I thought about a student that I had worked with in the self-esteem team that I had promised, if I make it to a place, I believe in your talent. If I make it to a place where I can help you, I'm going to help you. And so I decided I'm going to launch a music production company. I'm going to write the music, and I'm going to hire the best musicians from all these competing bands around the country, around Tallahassee, to play on this album. And so, not knowing what I was doing, but just going for it, we produced the album Soul Cry. At the time, I thought it was perfect. I thought I wouldn't change anything on this album. 6 months after releasing it, I was like, I can't listen to this thing anymore. Why did I make those decisions? Why did the drums sound like that? Why did I mix it like that? What was I doing? But the good news was I entered it into a competition, a national neo-soul competition, and won. And the other winners in that competition were John Legend and Raheem DeVaughn. So the very first album that I produced by myself wins a competition. It was the Ford Neo Soul competition. And at the time, there's now the Kia Soul, but at the time there was a car called the Ford Soul, okay? If you won the competition, they put your song on a compilation album that was sold and put in the cars when people bought the Ford Soul. So I was just happy that somebody recognized this project. It was the first thing that I ever did. So around this time, if you haven't figured out, I'm pretty persistent, pretty tenacious. I'm now feeling myself. So I'm driving back and forth to New York during my off time, trying to convince record labels, journalists, anybody who will listen. Hey, I'm a music producer, you need to give me a shot. I did all kind of antics, unconventional things to get people's attention. I'll just tell you a couple quick stories. I would go to New York, go to a pizza shop, order a pizza, put my CD inside the pizza box, and have them deliver it to the record company. Because see, they got unsolicited music all the time that just went into a bin that they never listened to. But I guarantee they would eat the pizza. I would do the same thing with fruit flowers. I would send fruit flowers. One time I had a friend from Xavier who had started a magazine, and she had me be the music editor. Now, I really wasn't a journalist by trade, but she got tickets to the Billboard Film and TV and Music Conference. So I made sure I sat in the front row. I got a polo shirt and ironed my music resume on my polo shirt. I went to the flea market and got a sport coat for like 50 cents and made a sign and ironed it on the back of the sport coat that said, "I'm the next Quincy Jones." So when it came time for the Q&A in the conference, I got the first question, I raised my hand, I stood up. All the journalists behind me saw "I'm the next Quincy Jones." All the panelists saw my music resume. Everybody burst into laughter, and the panelists then were like, "Who are you? Why would you do this?" And I said, listen, I'm just trying to get you all's attention. One of the people on the panel was Jay-Z's business manager. His name was Jay Minnelli. He said, "That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I want you to go to Def Jam right now. Tell Jay and the people at the front desk that Jay Minnelli sent you, and I want you to have a conversation with Jay-Z." I go, Jay-Z is gone. His assistant is there. And so she had me review the new 112 album. But I'm sitting in his office like, please come to the meeting. He never showed up. But there was a series of stories like this where I just continuously was trying anything I could to get people's attention. And while I got their attention, I never got the opportunity, not that way. So I'm back at Florida State. I got these crazy stories, but I don't have my music career job. But it's time now for me to start my student teaching. I get sent to an elementary school, a third grade, called Pineview Elementary School. There, the school was organized by putting all the kids in one room that the other teachers in the school didn't want in their class. A lot of schools are organized that way. Miss Woodbury was a veteran teacher in that room. She taught multiple generations of families. That's why they put all those kids in her class. In some cases, she taught the student's mom, and in some cases, she taught their mom's mom. That's how long. She was retiring after this school year. So Ms. Woodbury, she had all these stories and took liberties that, frankly, could be against the law with some of the kids. She's like, "Now, Tony, I'm going to take this boy back in the coat room, but you can't do that. And if her mom comes in here, I'll take her in the coat room, too, because I had her." And that's how she was. So this is, like, fascinating to me as a grad student, right? So in the class, there's a student, we'll call him Sam, who's sleeping every day in the class. You have to understand the educational rhetoric of the moment. This is the era of No Child Left Behind. So I'm saying to Miss Woodbury, "Why are you letting Sam sleep every day?" And she would say, "Baby, if that boy needs to sleep, we need to let him sleep." And I'm like, "But that's counter to everything they're telling us in school." And she was like, "Listen, I don't know what's going on with that boy, but we're going to let him sleep." One day I come to school around the third quarter, and I get called to the principal's office. I'm like, what did I do as a student teacher? Miss Woodbury's in there with the principal, and they say, "Dr. Tony," well, not Dr. Tony at that time, "Tony, Sam was overheard saying he wanted to commit suicide at 9 years old." I'm like, "Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that." I said, "You need to do something." "What? I need to do something? I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist." "Well, you're a black man. You're in school." Ms. Woodbury would say, "You're getting all that learning. Now apply it." I said, honestly, this is a little bit much for me. Shouldn't we be calling a counselor or somebody? I really don't know what to do here. And they're like, "Figure it out." So all I knew was music. So I said, "Okay, self-esteem team, okay. I'm going to bring in my little beat machines, and I'm gonna have the kids write a song called I Love Myself. And so, this is what happened. Hit play for me. I don't know what's happening.
Because I believe in me.
Okay, we stop. So, as the kids are working on this song, I'm doing spelling problems and math problems using my beat machine, and all of a sudden, this class that was full of students that nobody else in the school wanted to teach, now all the kids from the other classes want to be in this classroom. And Sam starts lifting his head and paying attention. It was a lesson for me because I thought Sam had all these deficits. Yes, he was depressed. Yes, he was frustrated. But in the fourth quarter, he got straight A's. He was actually very, very smart. The problem was he had a mother that was an addict, and he was taking care of his little siblings when he went home. He was just exhausted, and at 9 years old, he was the man of the house. Somebody sent this story to a syndicated radio show, the Bobby Jones Gospel Show. So all of a sudden I get a phone call from the Bobby Jones Gospel Show saying, we want to interview you about your third grade class. They play the song on the radio, and I get a call from a gentleman from the University of Delaware. Dr. Shuaib Meacham. Dr. Shuaib Meacham was a professor at the University of Delaware, and he had a grad school class with a teacher who had a group of students that were similar to the third grade class. She would say to Dr. Meacham, I got these middle school boys, and they're doing all this rapping and beating on tables at lunch, but they're flunking my English class. So that rap that I did at the very beginning, it came from Miss Bishop's English class. And she said, you know, you keep talking about this alternative literacy thing. Is that what you're talking about? And Dr. Meacham said, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So when Dr. Meacham heard the Bobby Jones Gospel interview, he reached out to me and said, hey, you have experience as an educator, you have experience as a music producer. We have these kids in Wilmington, Delaware, who are just like that third grade class. Would you be willing to come to the University of Delaware, work on your PhD, and work with these young folks? And I said, I don't know where Wilmington, Delaware is. And he says, well, you'll fly into Philadelphia or DC. What? Philadelphia? This is the land of the music producers that I was trying to emulate on the Falami Moon album. So immediately my mind goes astray, and I think, well, if I don't get this PhD, I'm going to work in the music business. But see, because back in those days, CDs and albums had the information of where the albums were recorded. So you could read it and see what street the studio was located, who worked on it, all kinds of information. So I read that information and determined, I could just go hang out there until I find these folks. So the Roots at that time were the most musical hip hop group to me, and James Poyser, who was a Roots contributor, had produced all the artists that were my favorite artists. Busta Rhymes, Mariah Carey, Erykah Badu, Common, all coming, Anthony Hamilton, Music Soul Child, all coming from the same person, the same people. So when they flew me in, I immediately went there and started passing out my CDs. I ran into them backstage at a concert, Black Thought, took my CD, looked at it, and threw it. James Poyser, much more polite, said, I work with superstars, I just can't bring anybody in the studio. I said, I understand. I then went and met with the students at Tally Middle School, Miss Bishop's class, and I was blown away by their seriousness about music. So I decided I would go to the University of Delaware and I would work with these young people. Now, let me say this. At that point in time, I thought about my archetypes, right? And then I started thinking about, well, if these are people who influenced me when I was that age, who's influencing these young people now? This is a crisis. We have to intervene. We have to engage them in dialogue. Not that they can't love the music, but we have to have some critical conversations about what's happening now, because the genre is changing. So here is footage from the very first day that Baseline Entertainment got some real musical equipment in the classroom. I basically wrote on the chalkboard, "Life ain't easy." And I said, you guys write, and then we'll just record and see what happens. This is what happens. Now, please pay attention to the energy in the room and remember what I said about how the teachers in the school described these students. They talked about them like, there was one teacher who said, literally, the kids that are in that classroom are terrorists. That's the words that she used. She said she couldn't believe the music that was coming out of the classroom. And at the point when she would hear it after school on Friday nights, she would then come into the classroom. She actually became my best assistant throughout my years doing this work, because she couldn't believe that the same kids that were so disruptive in the school context were spending their Friday nights in the classroom writing, working on music. Please push play.
Made a living from writing rhymes with skill and precision. We all go through hard times, but I never give in. I feel my rhymes should leave an impact, like a crater leaving a big hole in the ground intact. I can go on believing that I can be achieving, getting the diploma. So it's high school I believe in. I don't need a ghost writer. I write my own rhymes. I got books filled with rhymes that are longer than the phone line. You open like it's popsicles. You ain't on my level yet, so go get on your bicycle and scram. I don't throw things around the size of John Graham. For breakfast, sometimes I eat eggs and spam.
Yo, I had to tell the cop I'm sorry. I had to hustle, I need money for Atari. But when I'm in the crib, I listen to Cut from Norris. Young boys on the block trying to tell a life story. Trusted, but every night a fiend dies and a hustler busted. So we gotta find a way of order us to see.
Ain't nobody gonna help us, they gonna sit and watch us bleed. Life is crazy, but we gotta live through it. So just think about the aces, God and the dead Judas. I know it's kinda funny, so just play by the rules. Always kill with your people, always stay by your tune. And when you listen to my rhymes, you'll sit there and wonder, and the sun only shine when it got love on it.
But it ain't that new to me. Still keep the whole crew with me. Used to be Beppy Neptune, but it's now at the BL. We can't fail. Spitting lyrics that hit like hailstone. I'll shatter your bones. I'm an original. You're just a clone. Trying to copy my style. I'm fresh, you just stale. With your braille, it's miscellaneous. Every word I spit make you move spontaneous. Get ready for this. Let your head rock steady. This not ready for this. Me rapping Miss Moon, the crew and hot tunes. I know you're loving it and eating it with a spoon. Woo! Oh man, man.
So I saved that last one because at that time he was probably the most passionate about doing this professionally out of the group, but he wasn't the most talented. The young lady that was singing clearly had an angelic voice. And so we worked with her, we worked with all of them. But when the news media got a hold of what was happening in that classroom, they published a story in the Philadelphia Inquirer. The students recorded a small 4-song, 5-song EP, and it was a real CD. This was an outgrowth of what they called the micro society program, where students would have small businesses and use fake money to create an economy within the school. But these students created a real project and a real product that they then began selling for real money. Other teachers in the school were furious. These students do not deserve to be celebrated. They're disruptive. It's not fair to our academically gifted students. You're making them role models and they're not role models. And I said, I'm just trying to help. The students sat me down. This research project was only supposed to be 1 year. They were graduating from middle school and going to different middle schools all over the city. Going to different high schools all over the city. They said, Tone, this is the first time we felt what success feels like. And we don't want it to stop. We know that you're supposed to finish your PhD and all of that stuff, but would you continue working with us? And I said, yes. And so I put my PhD on hold because the story wasn't finished. So I worked with them for the next 7 years as they went from middle school to high school and beyond. I learned some things along the way. I learned that fear was the primary characteristic that they needed to overcome. The relationship between anxiety, depression, and how that could lead to addiction and negative behaviors were all stemming from fear. I arranged a trip to Indianapolis through relationships I had developed with the self-esteem team. And they had the opportunity to perform. After they performed in Indianapolis, they then performed and got a call to perform in Europe. So now, this group of kids who had never traveled outside of Wilmington, Delaware, are now traveling around the country and traveling to Europe. I learned, as their identity as artists evolved, that there was this cultural engagement continuum that was happening. It happens in hip-hop culture, and I would argue that it happens in all cultures. In this continuum, there are 3 groups: observers, consumers, and creators, okay? Observers are the largest group. They're outside of the culture. They know it's there, but they really don't understand how it works. But they have opinions about it because they recognize its existence. Next is consumers. They are what they are. That's where most of our young people are as it relates to hip-hop culture. They buy the products, they like it, but they don't understand what's really happening. And then there are the creators. Those are the people that are creating the products, that are making the culture exist. My goal as an educator was to move our students from consumers to creators, because the learning that comes from producing and creating these things informs their development, their identity, and is transferable into other areas. So the recipe for Baseline was the audio recording and production education. That was only a part of it. It was the business, entrepreneurship, marketing, and career exploration. That was a part of it. But it was also the social justice and activism and the social-emotional learning that came from analyzing what was going on in the music that they were listening to and informing the writing that they were creating. There was also this validation that was coming from what was happening on TV. There was an MTV show called The Band that was on that was very similar to their composition. I would ask them to do things that they were uncomfortable with, and then they would see 2 weeks later, P. Diddy asked the band to do the same thing. And so while they would hate me for saying, why do we have to go perform in front of these people? What are they going to say? What are they going to think? Then they would see the band have to go through the same thing and realize this is really artist development. And so that validation and fear and that going back and forth with that and breaking them out of that fear helped them grow. There are 3 I's in the evolution of an artist: inspiration, imitation, and innovation. I told you personally, I was inspired by the Roots. When I made the Follow Me Moon album, I tried to imitate James Poyser, the producer that I loved. But then when you grow into your own artistry, you then begin to innovate, and you come up with your own identity and your own sound. And that's where we are with Baseline and now later the Paragon Project. There's a bunch of educational theories that underlie this. I did get my PhD. If you want to talk to me about it, we can go through it. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to keep going forward. One of the biggest things that comes from being a creator, I've learned with youth, when they transition from being a consumer to a creator, they become entrepreneurs. And they start to develop an understanding of business and marketing themselves in different ways. Out of Baseline, let's see, does that work? Yes. That was the young man who was last on the video. If you know anything about hip hop, there used to be this magazine called The Source. And the most prestigious column in The Source was the unsigned hype. This young man worked his way from what you saw in that video to the unsigned hype in The Source. The young lady that was singing, she ended up getting a record deal. Her father ended up asking me to be her manager. I won't play this. Another student in the group ended up on American Idol. As a matter of fact, I've had 4 students on American Idol at this point and 1 on The Voice. He left, once American Idol and that run was over, this particular student is now a fashion model. This young lady entered into a contest. The Berklee School of Music and the Essence magazine Take Back the Music competition, and she won the National Grand Prize for her song called What You Gonna Do, which earned her a full scholarship to Berklee College of Music. She is now an alum of Berklee College of Music. What's interesting about her story is she wasn't just the first person to go to college. She was the first person in her family to graduate high school. Not only was she not the first person to graduate college and first person to graduate high school, she was the first person in her family not to get pregnant at 16. It's 2021. This is more on Mike and his evolution into an artist. He also did the theme song for a Spike Lee movie, ironically, The Sweet Blood of Jesus, which was a Spike Lee movie a few years back. He ended up scoring the music for that. What I'm most proud about Baseline is not their music achievements. 100% of the students in the Baseline program received admission to colleges, four-year institutions, after all of the talk from their teachers that were frustrated with them in school. And so that's what that experience translated to. This man is Richard Nichols. When I was asked to manage this young lady, I went to the studio that I had been spending all my side money trying to get the attention of the Roots. The studio owner said, "I'm gonna take you to the smartest man in the building." And he took me to this guy, Rich Nichols. I had Aisha sing for him. And he said, "She has a beautiful voice, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if she's an artist or not. I don't know. But I've watched you over the years, and I watched you take that group of young people to where they are now. So, if you're willing to work with us on developing the talent that we're working with, we'll take Isha on and do a production deal with her." Rich Nichols was the creative manager for the Roots. The first assignment I got was Zoe Kravitz. And so I became the A&R and artist development person for Zoe Kravitz. Over the years, I've been able to work with a lot of different people. There's Spike Lee up there, and that's me in the studio. That's J. Cole. There were some students here earlier that were very interested in that. Fab Five Freddy, of course, Questlove, Fonte Coleman, Sway from Sway in the Morning, and many, many, many others over the years. I worked on these 3 albums with the Roots, How I Got Over and Al Green's Lay It Down were nominated for Grammys, and so I got to go to the Grammys. Sadly, Richard Nichols passed away from leukemia, and when he passed away, his kind of last managerial trick was getting the Roots on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon. And so when that happened, I went back into education. And I worked at a school in Philadelphia called Mastery Charter. And as I was there, I recognized the need for another program. So I saw that the kids needed character development and social emotional learning within the framework of the curriculum that wasn't there. Mastery was a fantastic district that worked on their educational skills. And I formed the group called the Mastery Gentlemen of Distinction and Divas, Developing Independent Virtuous Adults. And so we took these kids from South Philly, and we had conversations about everything that was happening in their community, the violence, et cetera. These are pictures from Cotillion, where we took these kids from South Philly and are teaching them the waltz, okay? There are now 8 chapters all across Philadelphia of this program. I'll skip that. After spending some time at Mastery, I wanted to get married and come home, and I was hired at Fort Hays Metropolitan Education Center, the vocational music school that I attended as a high school student. Around the time that happened, students were coming to me saying, "We need a space to talk about Trayvon Martin, Alton Sterling, Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, Mike Brown, Sandra Bland, Sean Bell, Eric Garner, Freddie Gray, and sadly, many more." They were saying, in the school environment, we don't have a place to talk about this, and we need to talk about it. And so I proposed to the principal an idea for a group called the Paragon Project. I then reflected again, what are the images that are feeding their understanding of identity? And it became even more apparent, this was where my passion and my purpose collided. So the Paragon Project was born. And I'm just going to, with the last little bit of time that I have left, share a couple things. One thing I learned from the Paragon Project is that I'm a researcher, so I took information. Those green lines that you see, those green lines represent the number of Paragon students that came from two-parent homes. Everything else you see are folks that came from single-parent homes. You can see, you might not be able to read the categories up there. Uh-oh, something happened. Okay, thank you. You see X's there. History of addiction in the family, single-parent household, adoption, parent or immediate family member who is or has been incarcerated, homeless or in transition, history of mental health in immediate family or with participant, poverty, deceased, immediate relative. If you're familiar with the ACEs study, these would all be factors in their ACE score. Live with grandparents or other family member, participant themselves has a criminal record, victim of sexual abuse or trauma. I never, ever gave them a questionnaire and said, hey, tell me if you fit any of these categories. These are all things that came out through the music that they created. And through that, we learned that we needed to provide wraparound services to have conversations and support for the students. But without this program, none of this stuff is coming out, and this is what educators are dealing with in real time in the classroom. And so the Paragon Project made it its mission to address these social issues through the music that they create. There's Israel. Shout out to Israel Atua, who is a student here at Bowling Green, and Faith Pendleton, who's with us in the audience, who's also a student here at Bowling Green. Yes, clap for that, please. I'll close with this. This is a clip from our most recent project, the Paragon Project Volume 4. They have done 4 albums now. Because of COVID, we ended up animating, partially animating, the last album. This song is called The Likes, and it's about social media addiction. Please push play. I don't want to break anything.
Say they want some attention, just a few likes and a mention. Strike a pose for someone they don't know, so they don't feel all alone. In that fantasy, it ain't always what it seems. Living life on a screen, ask them what they do it for. They do it for the likes, sell so for the right price, and they don't even think twice. Everybody do it for, they do it for, ooh, they do it for the likes. That blue check comes with the price, and they don't even think twice. Everybody do it for, they do it for, they do it for the likes. They post just to get views.
So I will close with this. When you're working with young people, or whether you're trying to pursue your dreams professionally, live your life and make your professional decisions with intention. Understand that everything that happens to you has a purpose. It may not reveal itself immediately, but there will come a moment when you recognize the purpose in your experiences. I know that was long, but thank you for your attention and your time. So I guess we have time for a Q&A, is that right? Are there any questions or, okay, Faith? I'll be honest with you, it was difficult initially. It caused a bit of an identity crisis. You got to imagine at the time that I was at the University of Delaware, I'm in classes about educational theory and quantitative and qualitative analysis. And then at night, I'm with the Roots. So how I carried myself, decisions about what clothes to wear, how do I represent myself, where every day was a struggle because academia didn't really respect hip-hop culture. And hip-hop culture really didn't respect academia. So, you know, I'm in both of these places trying to establish myself. But at some point, I just figured I got to be me. I got to be me. And I'm going to do me, and I'm going to be comfortable. And that's just the way it's going to be. And ultimately, I didn't get to work for the Roots and get hired by them until after I finished my PhD. So that's kind of the weird oddity in this story. I did all those things initially to try and get people's attention, but it wasn't until I finished and I worked with those students that it opened and unlocked the door to me to get into the industry. Are there any more questions? I heard there was an online question or something?
No, just if you would repeat the questions.
Oh, repeat the question. Sorry. So yeah, Faith asked, how did I handle being in both academia and hip hop at the same time? And so that was my way of dealing with that. I see there's a question over here. I think there's a mic coming to you.
Well, thank you for your inspiring words today. I would like to follow up with that question maybe just a little bit for those of us who are here who are in the academic setting, who are very interested in the work that you're doing and that type of work. I am a privileged white man, has lived in the academic world all my life. I'm very interested in this work. Do you think that it's possible for someone like me or others who could be involved in this kind of work without being a person of color?
Absolutely. So because of time, I didn't spend much time talking about Miss Bishop. Miss Bishop was a middle-aged white female who had no understanding of hip-hop culture. None. She said the only reference point she had was the movie 8 Mile. Her words, not mine. She later told me, we later discovered, well, I won't get into her politics, but understand, she couldn't be more far removed from hip-hop culture, but she recognized there was something happening academically with the student's skill set in this domain. And so she sought out people who could help her translate and understand and engage. And so she went to her professor. He was in his late 40s at the time and didn't understand hip-hop. So he went and got me. And so I think the point is finding out how to interface, using the community as resources, and then having those conversations and trying to infiltrate through dialogue and engage with the people that you're trying to help. I think schools have to do a better job, particularly pre-service teachers and those that are working with them. One thing that I experienced as an adjunct professor is that the folks that were training people to be teachers hadn't set foot in a school in 30 years. So they were completely unfamiliar with the issues that were happening. And education and the approach to education was so sanitized that it didn't take into consideration the various types of schools that are out, suburban versus urban, private versus public, charter schools. There's all these different types of schools, and as a pre-service teacher, you don't know where you're going to land. So there needs to be some really critical conversations and opportunities in the curriculum to train people and prepare them for those types of environments. Good question. Yes?
Dr. Anderson, it's so good to hear your story, and I'm just wondering what's the next chapter for you? What's next? You're always thinking about what's coming, so.
Thank you for asking that. So there are two things that are happening. I have signed a production deal to shop a TV show about these experiences. I also am in the process of developing a private school for young people based on this model, an elite private school that will be scalable across the country around this model and much more. So, thank you. I see a question in the back.
Good morning. I guess my question would be, so, in this day and age with social media, TikTok, YouTube, so many different ways for kids to consume information, has that affected how you interact with kids? Have you had to change your approach, knowing that kids are consuming so many different kinds of media today?
Good question. It doesn't change my approach. I think it makes my approach more urgent. I think it should make all educators' approach more urgent. We have to be able to engage our young people about what they're viewing and what they're internalizing. And I think that's the problem that I see just generally in education and in programs that work with young people is we don't talk. I was fortunate enough to have breakfast with some young men from Bowling Green this morning. And my first question is, what are you listening to? What's the best album of the year? What do you think? That for me gave me an idea of where their head was. It wasn't so much about the music. I needed to know through the type of music that they were listening to what type of individuals they were. And from that, we had a conversation that lasted over an hour. But those type of dialogues need to take place. Even if you don't know the artist, that's okay. You can still have conversation about, well, why do you like that? What is it that's appealing about that? Are you a creator on TikTok? Are you making YouTube videos? Do you have a podcast? All of those things are emerging technologies and emerging things that are building skill sets that are transferable that really are going to be more important than some of the book knowledge that they're getting in class. Those are the things that people are hiring for now. They're looking for media specialists to represent companies. So those are skills that we got to catch up in the academic world and training our young people to utilize or have them train us. Let's see, a couple more questions.
So my name is Tamiko, and I noticed that you had the video where the young man you named him Sam.
Yes.
Was in a charter school, and you said you also worked in a charter school. So I worked in a charter school for 13 years before I came to BGSU just a couple of years ago. I left because I was burnt out because of the stories. So we had so many Sams in the classroom. And I still have a passion I've always had a passion for youth. Being within my church, youth choir director, just always around youth because they make me young. They make me feel young. And they've helped me because I've come through some of the situations that they've been in. I know their stories. But because I got burned out in the charter school systems and dealing with many, many Sams, I want to know now, and because relating to music, I'm very musically inclined. It helped me when I was in college to pass exams and study. Like people would be like, how do you have all this music on and you're studying? It helped me to learn the information, and beats helped me learn the information. So I guess my question to you is, how do I turn that into, to help him, because I'm a behind the scenes type of person. I don't like to be in front of, in front of people or in front of cameras, but I want to reach back and still figure out how I can help. And I just want to know how you can lead me.
Let me say this. I feel you on the burnout. I do. I've been there. For me personally, and I can really only speak for myself, creating these programs was my way of energizing myself back up. I would tell Faith and the other students in the group all the time, I'm like, I was exhausted coming to our meeting today, but you guys bring me so much energy. I'm just so excited to be around you when they're talking about what's going on. I remember one student told me, and this doesn't really get to your question, but I want to share it. One student reflected on her time in the group, and she said, Paragon was the only space that I could express my full range of emotions without judgment. And I thought that was so profound because I never thought about it. She said, if I came in and I was mad, you didn't try to make me happy. You didn't try to tell me to be quiet. You just let me be mad. And that was so healthy for me. I could be myself. And so, I don't know, there was something about creating these spaces for them to do that refilled my cup. And so for you, I would just say, try to create those spaces. It may not be a Paragon. It may be just a music critique group where you guys sit and just listen to stuff that they're listening to, or you share with kids who are interested about music, and y'all just come together and talk about it. But find ways to engage them in conversation about that stuff, and it will evolve. It will reveal itself what it needs to be. That's what I believe, and I think it'll be healthy for you as well, because ultimately, what we were doing and are doing is music therapy. That's really what it is. Okay. Last question, Faith. Here, Mike's coming to you.
Almost fell, sorry. So we talked about inspiration, imitation, and innovation. We talked about going from observer to consumer to creator, as people who enjoy music, as people who create for themselves. And how do we bridge those gaps and make those transitions from people who are consuming media and imitating the media that we are experiencing to becoming the creators and the innovators within our own realms of art?
Good question. I think the key thing is production, is to create and putting yourself out there. So a lot of people, in hip hop, it's very common to have this egotistical air, like I'm the best at what I do. It's very competitive. But underneath that is a lot of fear. What if people don't like it? What if people hate on it? And now with social media, it's even more challenging because you got the keyboard warriors who are just looking to tear you down just for the sport of it. So all of that is influencing the anxiety, the identity of these young people who are trying to make it and find their way in the world, but might be a little intimidated. They won't express it that way, but that's what it is. So you, as an educator, as a person that's working with young people, you have to build up their confidence. You have to find a way for them to be able to tune out the negativity and put themselves out there, and then recognize that everything you do is not going to be perfect the first time. Music people are perfectionists. They want everything exactly right. As I said, I put out my first thing, I said, I couldn't have done anything better. And then 6 months later, I was like, this is terrible. If you listen to the clips of the music, you will notice that it evolved over time. It went from, kind of kiddie, tinker toy type stuff to fully produced with orchestra and strings and all these other things. That's an evolution that comes from putting yourself out there and saying, okay, I'm gonna get better. Okay, I need to study the analytics. Who's responding? What's not the demographic that responds to my music? What's the psychographic that responds to my music? Who are the like-minded people that are thinking like me about the content that we're creating? How do I speak to them and continue to grow that audience? Those are the things that you have to think about as an artist or as a manager to continue to evolve and grow. And if you do those things, next thing you know, you'll be on a national platform. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Katie and BGSU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson. We're going to take about a 10-minute break before we move into our panel discussion. And thank you all so much. Please stick around for a little bit more in a minute.
No, okay. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you so much to the Office of Multicultural Affairs and the Division of Diversity and Belonging. And thank you for Dr. Anderson for that wonderful keynote. My name's Heidi Neese, and I'm a faculty member in the Department of Theater and Film. And I know that Anna acknowledged the land on which we find ourselves today, but I want to share that again, because it is very integral to the conversation we're going to have today. So the region in which Bowling Green State University and its campuses are situated inhabit the Great Black Swamp and the Lower Great Lakes region. This land is the homeland of the Wyandot, Kickapoo, Miami, Potawatomi, Odawa, and multiple other indigenous tribal nations, present and past, who were forcibly removed to and from the area. We recognize these historical and contemporary ties in our efforts toward decolonizing history and thank the indigenous individuals and communities who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. And I just realized I was going to take off my mask while I speak, so you can read my lips as well. So today we have three wonderful, generous alumni who are going to discuss land acknowledgement and issues facing Native communities. And so I'd like to first introduce each of them, and then we'll embark on our questions. So Jessie Walton is a graphic designer based in Midwest Ohio. Her work in both printmaking and design explores self-identity as a biracial Native American Caucasian woman whose tribal lineage comes from the Cherokee Nation and the Muskogee Creek tribe. In addition to her work also addresses social justice for Native peoples, the environment and elevating her local community. Her thesis work has won several awards, grants, and recognition from the Cherokee Phoenix, a newspaper in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. She is continuing to explore ways that she can use her design towards educating other communities on privileges and empowering Native American rights. Remy Schneider is an enrolled citizen of the Omaha tribe of Nebraska. He graduated from Bowling Green State University with a Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Design. I'm sorry, that was not at all correct. In Environment Policy and International Studies this past May. He is passionate about Native American issues and culture and hopes to one day work on behalf of tribes. Currently, he works at Toledo Tomorrow, a college access group based in Northwest Ohio. And our third panelist is joining us via Zoom today, a Native American of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, author, educator, historian, and speaker, Mr. Oxendine is the Executive Director, Tribal Administrator for the Halawa Saponi Indian Tribe of North Carolina. He is an editor at www.powwows.com and the author of Southeastern Woodland Designs. And I want to make a side note that Mr. Oxendine is instrumental in organizing the Woodland Indian Celebration Powwow, which is coming up in Grand Rapids, Ohio, September 25th and 26th. So it's coming up very soon. So I encourage everybody to look up information and attend. He has been an adjunct professor of Native American Studies at Bowling Green State University, The Ohio State University, University of Toledo, Lourdes University, and worked as the Native American liaison and education consultant for Ohio University. Jamie has served on the Board of Trustees for the Ohio Humanities Council, Board of Trustees for the Fallen Timbers Battlefield Preservation Commission, and governor appointee to the Ohio Historic Site Preservation Board. He has also sat on the Access Grants panel with the National Endowment for the Humanities. So we're going to go ahead and jump into our first question, and that is, in the United States, land acknowledgement statements have become more commonplace. What is land acknowledgement, and what does land acknowledgement mean to you?
I can start us off here.
Okay.
For me, I think I will answer the second question a little bit more, but obviously it's a formal statement that we use, particularly this case, Bowling Green State University, before events like we did today when Anna read it. For me, though, personally, I think it's really more so a way to stand up against erasure for Native American culture and community. I think that the very act of even saying something just kind of is that way to be defiant against really 200 plus years of societal damage to Native culture. So for me, it's really important just to even do this one small thing, because if we don't, what else is there? What else can we do? So I really appreciate this.
Yeah, and I can kind of piggyback off of that, of what it means, because the definition of a land acknowledgement can be different for some people, or they don't even understand what a land acknowledgement is. So taking a part of that act and having a land acknowledgement at a university or during a performance or something really brings the definition to someone to help them understand what it is, and sometimes that is someone's first occurrence with what a land acknowledgement is and what it means and what it means to the Native community. And that can be really important, because that can be a first glance for some people. And I just had that example just the other day. Someone asked, well, what even is a land acknowledgement? And after explaining what it does and what it can help with the Native community, he was like, I didn't know there was so much I was missing out on. And that is something that's really important that can help not only the Native community, but the outer community that's trying to learn more.
I agree with both of those statements. Excellently said. I'd just like to add that I hope that all of these institutions are being sincere. In the Native American community, when you say land acknowledgement, you're going to have quite a few of our people that are a little reluctant about it, because they think so many institutions are jumping on the fad of land acknowledgement. So I just want to make sure that these institutions, which there are several in the past few years that have even asked for money out from Maine to Florida to California, and the first thing I tell them is, well, make sure you're doing this because you want to do this for the people. Do not do this because you feel that you are obligated to join a fad.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, each of you. Jamie, I think your point really connects well to the next question we have, which is, well, land acknowledgement can be a meaningful way to raise awareness of and reflect upon spatial, relational, ecological, historical, and contemporary connections for Indigenous and settler communities. There are also concerns about the practice. So I'm just wondering if Jamie, if you'd like to add anything, Remy, Jesse, if you want to talk about what some of those concerns are, and in what ways can these concerns be addressed?
I'll go first real quick. I've seen that there's been a few events that have popped up in relation to land acknowledgement. I won't mention any specific, but I've seen a few powwows that have been planned due to an institution creating a land acknowledgement. And while that might be nice for that institution that has never had any type of Native American event, including powwow, if you want to use that terminology, I just don't want it to become something that people just go for the event. one institution, not only is it a powwow, they've created a competition powwow. And we're wondering, are people coming to acknowledge the institution's land acknowledgement, or are people coming to yet again compete in a competition powwow for money? And that kind of bothers me. I did tell that institution I was concerned about them having yet another big money competition powwow, and the land acknowledgement becomes a small point font at the bottom of the flyer. So hopefully people will say, we need to be very careful on how many of us are wanting to do this land acknowledgement. And I can't stress enough my word, let's make sure that we're sincere in all the institutions that are doing it. And because when I say institutions, we've got a lot, not just schools. We've got hospitals, daycares, nursing homes, anything that used to sit on top of what people are acknowledging as land owned or operated or lived on by Native people are coming to this. Even small, tiny businesses, like some restaurants that I know of, and they want to do a powwow to commemorate it.
Yeah. And just kind of like what we talked about last time, the sincerity of truly understanding that the land acknowledgement is there for the Native community and those people of that area. Another term for it is we don't want it just for people to do it for clout or to be woke, like in modern young people terms. And sometimes that's what we see a lot on social media. People think because they're a very woke person or that they think they're very established in something, they might try to help the Native community. Instead, they're hindering it or showing maybe their own perspective, even if it's an outside perspective, instead of actually understanding and knowing what the land acknowledgement is about. And I have seen that in a couple occurrences, even online. And that can be something that just doubles back to sincerity and making sure the importance of it is still there.
And I think if I had anything to add is more so in the mechanics of the actual statement itself. I think that a concern that I have is the language that's used to make sure that we're not sugarcoating the past in any way, making sure that we're speaking truth and that the statement itself is really representative of the history that occurred. So for BGSUs specifically saying forcibly removed, and even though that can have an emotional response, it's the truth of what happened to the people that were on this land. So making sure that it is representative of everything that happened.
Thank you all. And I think it's important to note that if you want to learn more about land acknowledgements, there's a lot of sources online that talk about the benefits of land acknowledgement and what land acknowledgement can do, but also some of the concerns and how to address those concerns. So what issues facing Native individuals and tribal nations today do you wish more people knew about?
I started last time, so if you
I can go. I'm sorry, Jamie, I didn't mean to cut you off. I am particularly interested, first of all, in the fact that most societal issues that we see in just everyday life are just magnified when we go to reservations and for urban Indians as well. For me particularly, I think when we're talking about generational wealth and generational wealth gaps is one of the biggest issues that I think that I see most often, especially because it can really be directly tied to the removal from land. Because land traditionally is that thing that's passed down generation to generation. And so Native communities that have been stripped of that property, of that wealth, really have little to then pass on, or it's harder to do that. I was even doing research for this event today, and we're looking up and trying to find even what the average wealth is for a Native American household is very hard to find. The federal government does not collect that data regularly throughout the nation. And the last time that there was a statistic was in 2000, and the average household had $5,000. While in 2019, the average white household had over $900,000. The difference is stark, and when you go onto reservations, you can tell. So being able to draw more attention to that, because it's not just an issue that can be solved today. It's something that has to take time and intentionality from multiple stakeholders. So that's something that I wish more people knew about.
Jamie, would you like to jump in?
Yes, I'd like to add our present day status as we are still here. being a teacher and still educating, I find it amazingly fascinating that everyone still thinks we live in the 18th and 19th century. When you say Native America, unfortunately, across this great country and Canada and even in Central and South America, the TP and the war bonnets still come to mind. Even among our own people, we are using those same default symbols even among nations that didn't have those two. And we're still stuck in putting Native Americans in the 18th and 19th century. Even some of the most present-day movies and TV shows, when they do put us in the present day, it still has to have a relation to white America. One of the recent movies that was done for missing and murdered Indigenous women is a story of something that happened, but it's the perspective of yet a white person. So it's like a Dances with Wolves in the 20th century. We need more of Native America in, specifically the United States. Indigenous Canada is better. Every time I go into Canada, I turn on the television or something, I can see Indigenous people in everyday commercials, like McDonald's commercial, Burger King commercial, or Thai commercial. They talk about Indigenous members of the sports teams up there. You'll hear the word Indigenous people in show business, in regular business. Here in the United States, we are still third-class citizens in just about everything. And it would be nice if people would use the modern day term and get woke to the fact that Native Americans are still here. We're an integral part of the community, but sadly, we're still forgotten a lot of times.
Yeah, that's really important. One part I put in my thesis is we're still here. We're not just in history books. We're history now. But a big part of my life, I had the privilege to live in Ohio and go through the education system and go through elementary, middle school, and high school, and been blessed to be able to go to college. Whereas on the reservation where my father resides, the thought sometimes of high school isn't even considered. A lot of kids either drop out of high school and they don't even think about college. College isn't even something that's on their mind. So as I grew up, that was a privilege that I had, and I really, really thought about more when I came to BGSU, and that transpoints into some of my other work of like how I can take my talents and my privilege of being a biracial Native American woman and how I can help those communities like back on the reservation where my father lives.
Thank you all. Thank you. So what can someone who wants to be an ally, we're gonna use that term because I think there's a commonly understood connotation to that term. So for someone who wants to be an ally to Native American, American Indian individuals and communities, what can they do to support and to quote unquote show up?
I'll go first real quick. I tell everyone, try and contact your most local Native American tribes and Native American organizations and groups, specifically here in Ohio. There are quite a few. The Black Swamp Indian Tribal Foundation is right here in Grand Rapids, Ohio. I do a lot of traveling back and forth. I can do everything by the amazing bit of technology. And as Ms. Heidi said, our powwow is in exactly 2 weeks, so please come to Grand Rapids, Ohio, which is about 20 minutes away. But don't always just go straight to your state government. You can find local Native American groups that you can seek advice from and also volunteer your help and say, I want to do something for the Native American community. That's a perfect place to start. It might take a little bit of research, but you can find just about anything online and use your word of mouth and good old-fashioned pick up the phone and start that way. The problem with Ohio, and everybody knows this, is so many people go straight to the Ohio History Connection. And the Ohio History Connection, unfortunately, has policies about working with non-Native and Native communities and also working with federally recognized, state recognized, and non-recognized communities. So start at the local area first, especially if you're in a state that has a large population of Native Americans. You shouldn't be able to have a hard time finding local tribes and local communities.
Yeah, I was going to say try to find accurate resources and read up on different books that are made by Native people. Go towards resources that are from Native people and what you can see from that. I know there is a lot on the internet, but some things can be written by someone that is outside of the Native community and might not necessarily be accurate. So it's always good to go out and see those things who are made from and by local Native peoples.
I think those are two great answers. Being accurate and or seeking out information is always great. I think for mine is more so on the personal level. When you meet someone that is Native American, I think with any type of ethnicity or race, microaggressions are prevalent. And I think for me growing up, similar to you, Jesse, I grew up in Ohio. I did not grow up on my reservation. And so I grew up in a predominantly white community. And so when I would tell people, I'm a citizen of the Omaha tribe, people would say how Native are you? Or what's your percentage? Mm-hmm. Because they want to know or they want to quantify what I am and categorize it. And so when you meet someone and they say, I'm a member of X and Y tribe, it's more so about, if you want to learn more and you have intention about it and it's good intention, not necessarily asking how Native are you? Prove it to me is what it is. And over time, that really wears down on you when you're having to constantly verify that you are Native, that you are a part of a community, whether you didn't grow up there, but you still go back and you still are a participant. Mm-hmm. That's a big part for me. It's the microaggressions that can kind of come up in small conversations with folks.
Yeah, constantly having to prove that blood quantum.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all so much. And I think just to add a couple of things, blood quantum is a very significant issue that is very tied to sovereignty as well. And so I highly recommend learning more about those issues. And I want to point out that in Ohio, we have no federally or state recognized tribes in Ohio, which can contribute to a perceived absence, which is not correct, right? We know that's a misconception. I'm gonna brag a little bit about you, Jesse. Jesse wrote a wonderful article for MidStory, and I would Google it and read it. It's fantastic. So it's a great resource. Our next question is, what types of practices can the university do to build relationships with and support Indigenous peoples?
So one of the things I was talking about is exactly doing events like this today, having a discussion, having a dialogue with Native peoples, people in your local community, having true events that a university could do. I know we did some stuff for Native American Heritage Month a couple years back, and then it kind of phased out, and then they're trying to bring it on back to do that, and that is fantastic, trying to have it, but don't just try to have it for the month. Do you know what I mean? Keep these people reoccurring in everyday life and university life, because they are such people that are there. I know we spoke on it a little bit. We don't have any federally recognized tribes in Ohio, but Ohio has the most Native American charged mascots and names, and I think that truly has a reflectment onto the schools and the universities. So it's something that's really important to talk about, because if we have more discussions and more dialogue, more events and more activities like this, I am hoping that those racially charged or names would start to fade, and that's the first step of action.
I think going off of Jamie's point earlier, having the sincerity behind the action, or behind the words that we say and the land acknowledgement that we have, not just BGSU, but other institutions, I think that can be, on the outset, more intentional of how they go about communicating with these tribes after the fact. And I think that the Land Acknowledgement Committee for BGSU has done a fantastic job of the outreach that we've done to these tribes that we've named in our statement, but making sure that in the future we're offering that support, whether that's even going to the reservation and saying to their high school students, come to BG, here are the resources, or here are the resources to go to college. I think those are great ways to continue that relationship and to continue to really put our money where our mouth is. If we want to support Native American communities, then let's do it.
That's both well said, and I'd like to add the reach out to your local, I won't mention a certain institution I work with, but they did a very well-planned event for Native American Heritage Month a few years ago, but they got a tribe that was about 4 or 5 hours away when they didn't look local and found out that they had not only a state-recognized tribe, but a federally recognized tribe less than an hour from them. And they just didn't do the research to find out that that was that close.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity in offering those suggestions. So how does indigeneity impact the work you do, whether that's in the professional realm or in volunteer service or creative work? And we do have some visuals to add to this. Remy, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. I am entirely less creative than both Jamie and Jesse, so I can go ahead. I work for Toledo Tomorrow, a college access group out of Toledo. We work with Toledo Public Schools and some of the other surrounding school districts. Just to kind of give a little bit of context in my answer, one of my grandpas told me this summer, actually, because we were just sitting there talking, we were at my powwow, and he's like, you can't just be Native when you're at the reservation at powwow. You have to be Native always, when you always go out. And he said there's really just 3 ways that you can be Native every day. And the first is to be spiritual or prayerful. The second is to be generous. And the third is to be willing to participate and learn about others. So for me, indigeneity is all about being generous to others. And I think to be able to give your time and to give your skills and talents that you've been given just through luck or by whatever greater power there is, I think that's what resonates with me every day, is that, I might not be solving all the world's problems in one moment today, but I know that I'm helping students, whether it's reaching higher education, whatever post-secondary option that they have. So that's kind of how it impacts my work.
Thank you. I don't want to get mushy here, but I think that you are very much living out your grandfather's advice. So thank you for that. I don't know if Jamie got cut off.
Still here.
There you are. Okay, Jamie, I'm gonna go ahead and go to your first slide about your work. Do you want to go ahead and start talking about your work?
Sure. I've been active in Native American culture since I've been raised in it. I've been fortunate to teach it, which is outstanding at several universities, and when I was regularly teaching in the public school. I wrote a book recently called Southeastern Woodland Designs, which is doing very well. And it's a coloring book. It's a unique coloring book in the fact that every page is on very heavy cardstock. Each page is one-sided, so that when the children color with markers, it won't bleed through to the other side. And then we came up with a brilliant idea. Each page is perforated, so they can be torn out of the book very carefully, and that gets the mothers and the grandmothers excited. They'll buy 2 copies, one for them and one for their child, so the child can color, take it out and frame it or put it on the refrigerator, and that does exception. One of the reasons I was asked to do this, actually, let me back up. I was asked to write a scholarly book for years, and a very good friend of mine who used to teach at BG, who is now in Boston, told me once that, hey, I bought a copy of your book. He shook my hand and said, hey, you doubled my sales. And that's the joke with a lot of scholarly books. And I said, well, I need to get this out to the people. I want people to see what Southeastern Designs really were, that it wasn't teepees, it wasn't war bonnets, it's not Thunderbirds. So I concentrated on designs before contact. Every design in the book except 2 are before contact or right at contact. And they're all found in the Southeast. And it gives people a chance to see, wow, this is what the designs look like, this is what the history was, this is what the story was. A small paragraph for each design, and I wrote it at the 4th grade level so we can grab anyone that is interested in learning. And sales are doing well on the internet as well as at the store in Pembroke, North Carolina. A lot of schools are buying it, a lot of museums are also buying it. And then on the powwow circuit, I am a dancer, and on the living history circuit, I perform all over the United States, presenting what the Native culture was like, specifically during the French and Indian War and around the War of 1812. And I make everything by hand. And the photos you see is a combination of course, the European clothing and the native clothing. By this time, the two pictures you see are around after the Revolutionary War and up to the War of 1812. So the natives were wearing a great deal of European cloth. But the designs are still ours. And there's two reasons I do everything by hand. I still, to this day, do not know how to use the machine. And doing everything by hand is historical. I also make wampum collars. These are the traditional collars that were seen when the white man came. He noticed that the natives on the Atlantic coast wore these, what we call collars, necklaces, whatever term you want to use. And they were made with wampum beads. And I make these and sell them all over the country. And the design is a little different because it's not done on a loom. This is called bias weave. It's done by hand. Each bead has to be done individually by hand through the design. And this causes it to lay flat when you wear it as a necklace. And so that's just some of the work that I do.
Jamie, do you want to mention your music, your composing?
I studied music at BG, and I have done several recordings of Native American music and non-Native American music. And most recently, the past few years, I'm the pianist for Douglas Bluefeather, who was an award-winning Native American flutist. He lives in Ohio also. And I've composed several pieces for him, and I do a lot of his piano work. And The Last Warrior on that slide was nominated for an Emmy a few years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to do a little bit of bragging about Jamie for a moment. So when I received in the mail the copy of the coloring book, I had to hide it because my 2-year-old was already trying to grab it and color in it, and I was like, no, I need this for research. So after now, I can take it home to him, and he can color in it. Jesse.
Yeah, you can flip through some of mine. This is just some of my work from my undergraduate time at BGSU. From kind of reflecting off of what Remy said, I took my designs and talents and skills of who I am, and I wanted to reflect that into my community, thinking of, okay, I am Native, what can I do about it, basically? I was living here in Ohio for all of my life, and I had the privileges of education, school, getting a great design degree, and I wanted to know, how can I help the Native community? But I also realized, how can I help the outside community learn as well? And as you flip through, you'll see some of my prints. They're reflected on my journeys of, I went to the Navajo Nation, and I volunteered out there for 2 weeks and helped them. That was the reflectment of that printmaking piece there. There was a few other things where I made typography based off of Native American activism, thinking about Standing Rock and how they need to fight for land, water, and rights, oil, and whatnot like that, and experimenting with that type. And then later on, towards the end of my college career, I made my thesis work. Sorry, it's okay. And in this thesis work, I went back to that question of, how can I help the outer community learn about the Native community? And that's how this thesis work was made. Basically, in short term, it was 3 7-foot tall panels that I took the Cherokee tribal constitution and the Muskogee constitution from the 2 tribes and nations that I align with, along with a typography fusion that I created of the Cherokee type, which has an entire alphabet made for it, and the English language, and I would take those 2 together to vocally make something that would come out in another language. And I fused those 2 together on the boards along with a video that you could view on the inside as you walked through that booth. And it would talk to you about several questions about thinking of your own privilege, of where you stand right now in that booth, and how you're feeling at that moment in time and considering Native communities. And you can kind of see in that picture over there in the corner in the top left, I laser engraved these little coins where it had that continued typography on it, and on the back had the QR code. And if you scan the QR code, it would lead you to different links. So you could have donation towards Native education, to help with Native communities if they needed water, to learn more about how to be a Native ally, thinking of all these things that people in the majority that we're viewing in this gallery were from the outside community of, okay, I'm standing here, what can I do next? and that was their next motive, that was their next move. And that's what I'm really, really interested in doing in my design, is helping motivate that and push that and see where I can do with my talents and my skills. So, yeah. And then that's a little bit more on my internship. Over on the left-hand side is the article that I made, and I illustrated the graphic for it as well in the back. And it talks about the forgotten history of the indigenous tribes of Ohio, and just a few other covers that I did for mid-story at my time on my internship.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we do have one more question, but we want to open up the space for questions that you all might have. Yes, please, thank you. Thank you. That's a really great question with a lot of depth, and I'm going to try to repeat it, and I apologize if I lose some of that depth in my repetition. But the question was about a research project that you were working on, and that you want to incorporate Native American music in that. But as a non-Native person, is it appropriate, is it inappropriate to incorporate Native work into one's projects? Did that capture it okay? Yeah, okay.
I feel like I should let Jesse and Jamie lead this. I have no artistry in my pen. So.
I don't know if Jamie wanted to speak first, since he has the more musical background on that, and then I'll reflect from that.
Yeah, I will, because I've been asked by some documentaries for PBS, History Channel, and even some B Hollywood producers and directors about using Native American music. And it's about a 50-50 on the fence about using it or not using it. I want to know as much about the information as I can on the project. And then as I keep pushing the word local, contact your local Native American tribes and or groups or organizations about also your project and what research you're doing, and get it from their perspective. Whatever you do, you're obviously going to find someone eventually who is negative about it and the use of it. So that's just something that you'll have to deal with, even if you get the permission of the Native musician and the Native artist. Then there may be some backlash towards you for doing the research and including Native American in it, and then for the person who agreed to help. And that's not uncommon. From some of the earliest productions in Hollywood to even the most recent Reservation Dogs, you will see people are very positive about it, but you're always going to have some people in there and say, well, exactly who did they consult with? Who is this person? And are they federally recognized? Oh, they're only state recognized, or they're not recognized at all. So that's something that is going to come about, and just be strong and at least work with some Native Americans close to you on your project, and be ready for the positive and the negative that will come from it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just piggybacking off of that, more of an echo, actually. Just saying, do your research and work with the local Native communities. And again, just research is a heavy component of that. Don't just say this is Native American inspired and then go and do it. Find your research, find your people, find the documents to go after, and make sure those are true, like in sincerity that we talked about earlier. If those are from Native peoples, Because there was always that pushback of who creates it. If it's a white cis man who made the book, then they're going to be like, oh, that's just a white man who made a book about Native people. And that can be the reflection of some people too. So.
Thank you, thank you. And I intended to do this at the beginning and I forgot, and I want to point out that the three individuals who have generously given their time and insights today are three people, right? And so I think it goes without saying that Remy and Jesse and Jamie can't speak for everyone who is Native, especially when you start to think about that there are over 562 individual federally recognized tribes, which does not include state recognized tribes, which does not include tribes that do not have that recognition by the US government. So I just wanted to bring that reminder in. But thank you so much. Any other questions? Oh, we're done? Oh my gosh, we're done. I'm going to show you one other quick thing if you want to take like pictures of it. The panelists generously shared recommendations of, and so these are links to Jesse's work and Jamie's work. I'm pausing for pictures, I'm so sorry. We could just talk all day. Recommendations of film and television series that are great. Music, books and writers. I'm gonna really recommend The Heartbeat of Wounded Knee, which is a really great history text, and podcasts and websites. So please join me in thanking the panelists again for their generosity of time, energy, and insights.
Good job, Jesse.
Thank you all so much. Jamie, thank you.
You're very welcome, and we hope to see everyone in about 2 weeks in Grand Rapids, Ohio.
And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with our next set of presenters. Thank you.
And no introduction, I'm just introducing myself. All right. Fantastic. Looks like it's go time. Welcome. Welcome to America, friends, and the day of dialogue. So, my name is Tony Lowe, or Anthony Michael Lowe, to be a little more professional. And I'm here because I used to lead these workshops for a company. They're social and emotional learning workshops. And for us, what that meant was a partner and I would travel every week to a new city, and we would do a 6.5-hour facilitation, creating a safe space for free expression of all ideas, and I do mean all ideas. And we were usually brought in because there was some sort of conflict afoot based on the interactions of that community. It started with middle schoolers and the adults that work with them and helping them communicate better. In the post-Columbine era, we were featured on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and then our work was in demand everywhere. And so my work every week in a different town for 4 days at a time for 10 straight years, I got to hear conversations between every conflicted combination of human I can imagine. And the workshop helped learn and unlearn relevant systems of oppression to people's lives, helped identify relevant action items that would help them personally and as a community. And we went to every type of location, the happiest little middle schools you could possibly think of, where the kids were just too darn teasy, and gave keynote speeches to corporations, provided mediation in areas where there's gang conflict in what people call dangerous neighborhoods. But we know that humans are humans and are lovable. We went into American Indian reservations and also First Nation reservations. In every state of the country I worked, in every province and territory of Canada. The work took us to Amsterdam, working with disaffected youth in Holland, and I got to be there in Sweden when they closed down their segregated schools due to an influx of refugees from Iraq, from Syria, from Turkey, and from a host of other countries to help them integrate their populations into one school. So I'm not an expert on anything, but I do have my own observations of what has worked and what has not worked when it comes to gaining influence and bridging divides across difficult communication areas. And this is a problem for us at this moment. I want you to know that this presentation has nothing to do with advocacy or activism or politics. Those things are important. And what I'm talking about right now is actually achieving any influence we want to have in our communications about difficult topics. I support advocacy and protest. I also am trying to say that there comes a time where we actually, instead of opposing someone, we have to find a way to collaborate. Our habit is to identify threats and fight against them. And I want to explore with us how we form a personal understanding of who we are, what is it to be a good person, how we cultivate a community that verifies our goodness, and how we build a history, a story of community for our community, a history, as we do for America, that props up our value system and places us in a story as a proletariat. We all do this. We all believe that we're the good guys, quotes, and that our history proves it. But we are not communicating. That chart I was showing you, this is a CBS poll from 2019. Over half of Americans said that the greatest threat to America is other Americans. That's a problem. So we're failing to communicate. And what we want is influence, not opposition. But we find threats and we stand against them. And so we end up taking oppositional stances on all the issues we need to solve. Now, psychoanalysts, and I have to name them because I'm citing someone, but there's a person named Lacan who's very contested his ideas. Some say his ideas are completely upside down, and I'm going to tell you that for our purposes, upside down works just fine. But the idea that psychoanalysts have proposed is that when we are very, very, very small, we first start to realize that there's something to this self, that we are somebody. And we realize that there is some concept of an ideal self, and that there is some distance between us and who we think we should be. We spend our entire lives trying to close that gap. How do I get better at life? How do I do better, be better? We're going to talk about how we compare ourselves with others and what we have achieved in order to challenge our ideas of whether we are good or not, and how we create a community that verifies our goodness. It starts with how we define ourselves, and then we build out from there. This is important to know, because if we don't know who we are, we don't know how we can engage with another person who is another way. Now, our shared values are confirmed by our stories and our culture. Our community arrives at a mutual understanding of values, and we prop it up. I read a very interesting article related to this by a writer named Nancy K. Miller, and all she was talking about was the difference between memoirs and biographies. A memoir, she said, is a slice of history told by an individual where we expect subjectivity. We don't want the facts. We want the coloration of the facts, the story, when we read a memoir, because it shows us who that person is. We want that. When I read Carrie Fisher's memoir, that's Princess Leia, I didn't want the history of her drug abuse or her whatever issues with the media and all that. I didn't want a history of that. I wanted her to dunk on George Lucas, and she delivered, right? I wanted to hear all the wrongs of society that went against Carrie Fisher to create the problems at hand. That's what a memoir gives us. Carrie Fisher's memoir says she was the good person, wronged by a whole host of others. It's fair. It's not untrue. Now, Nancy K. Wilson, very smart. Her words apply to the American context, that America's a narrative, a colorful narrative, and we bend that narrative to support our community and our values. She says, we may also be witnessing a kind of unconscious apocalyptic fear of erasure that comes with millennial, not to say internet, fever. Put another way, memoir is the record of an experience in search of a community, of a collective framework in which to protect the fragility of singularity in a postmodern world. We don't want our story, our culture, our version of history to be erased or replaced. That would erase us. An existential threat to us is posed by this alternate reality, and it's growing, and we have to oppose it. Right? This is dangerous thinking. It leads somewhere bad. Our ideas of goodness and who is good and who is not are reinforced by our institutions. We are smart. Our culture is the smart culture. We conform to norms. We make friends. Look how many friends I have. We punish the outliers. We memorize our mythology to make sure we get it just right. The truth is obvious. The truth of our goodness and our culture's greatness is self-evident now. Nancy K. Miller says memoirs should be understood not as a proliferation of self-serving representations. We're not being selfish. She says they're not self-serving representations of individualistic memory, but they are an aid or a spur to keep cultural memory alive. The story must be fought for by the individual who protects themselves unknowingly. So to recap, we get an idea of what it is to be good. We confirm that idea with others. We whittle our beliefs just a bit to fit the community approval that we have deemed good, and we co-sign on the story of our people. We better start talking about some third rail topics. if we want to hear others' opinions, which is the true gift of free speech, that I get to hear your point of view. Not that I get to tell you mine. There are words I will not say today during my presentation. Not because no one told me I can't say them. I can say anything I want. I just know better. Because I want my words to have meaning for the people who hear them, and I want that group to be the biggest group of hearing people that ever heard speech. And so I want to use words that are sensitive to what they might not want to hear. But words mean different things to each of us, and we overreact to words. We give them power. Do y'all hear me? We give words too much power. We overreact. So what is truth? I'm going to draw stylistically a bit here on the work of Derrida and philosophy commentary by the writer Stephen West. What I want you to do is, in your mind, picture a car. Just one car. You got it? So, this could be a great many things. It could be you pictured a minivan. It could be that you, thought of that you need tires for your car. It could be a number of things. You could have pictured a Toyota, you could have pictured a Chevy, you could have pictured any kind of car. But in order for us to share a story, we have to talk about a car in a way that we understand. So if I have to suppress my understanding of what a car is to hear your understanding of what the car is. Otherwise, I picture you in the story taking your kid to soccer, imagining the words you're saying to me, and I've got you headed to work in Bigfoot from the 80s, my favorite monster truck. Now I'm judging you. You're driving this gas guzzler. You crushed a Prius on your way out. I need to understand what your idea of car is to understand the story. So look at all these things that I mentioned here that are things that go along with car, because car comes with meanings. So why are we talking about this at all? We are communicating and understanding the words differently that make up our sentences. So car is no big deal. Obviously, it's easy to suppress my meaning of car and imagine you have a different kind of, this is not a big deal, we don't need to talk about it. But what about these words? What stories do we make up when we hear our friends, our neighbors, our newscasters say these words? Freedom, race, racism, equality. What does equality mean? Fascist, Latinx, trans, socialist, nationalist, white supremacist. What do these words call to mind when we hear them in someone's story? What feelings come up when we're going through our history and we use the words we use to describe the story we describe that upholds a certain community? Starting to get the idea of why it's important to have shared language? This is Roland, I never know how to say this man's name, and Roland Barthes? Someone be smart, tell me. But he said, what the world supplies to myth is historical reality, and what myth gives in return is a natural image of reality. In other words, we tell a story. This supplies facts, right? Our understanding of historical facts supplies truth to our story. We can verify, given our reading of history, and then we replace this with proven truth, self-evident truth. Barth says, a conjuring trick has taken place. It has turned reality inside out. It has emptied it of its history. of its facts. And it has filled it with nature, with our concept of truth. Mythology is protecting us, and so we will react to perceived threat to America. So let's talk about the mechanisms of this. I'm going to read a short excerpt from Matt Taibbi's excellent book called Hate, Inc. And I'm checking my timer, I'm not sending texts. So Matt Taibbi says, the technology underpinning the modern news business is sophisticated, and it works according to a two-step process. First, it creates content that reinforces your pre-existing opinions. And after analysis of your consumer habits, it sends it to you. Then it matches you to advertisers who have a product they're trying to sell your demographic. This is how companies like Facebook and Google, or any company, not picking a fight here, make their money, telling advertisers where their likely customers are on the web. Imagine your internet surfing habit is being like walking down a street, and a man shouts, "Did you hear what those dang liberals did today? Come down this alley." You hate liberals, so you go down the alley, and on your way to the store, there's a storefront selling mart carts and gold investments. There's a crash coming. This billionaire even says so. Maybe you buy the gold and maybe you don't, but at the end of the alley, there's a red-faced screamer telling a story that may even be true about a college in Massachusetts, where administrators took down a statue of John Adams because it made a Hispanic immigrant uncomfortable. Boy, does that make you pissed. They picked that story just for you to hear. It's like the parable of Kafka's gatekeeper, guarding a door to the truth that was built just for you. And across the street, down the MSNBC alley, don't sue me, but Bowling Green State University is not responsible for my comments about news and other agencies. Across the street down the MSNBC alley, there's an opposite story and a set of storefronts built specifically for someone else to hear. It is a marketing process designed to create rhetorical addictions and shut unhelpfully non-consumerist doors in your mind. This creates more than just pockets of political rancor. It creates masses of media consumers who've been trained to see in only one direction, as if they'd been pulled through history on a railroad track with heads fastened in blinders, looking only one way. The fantastic Matt Taibbi. If we're going to understand problems, folks, we need to understand how we've learned the stories we believe. Imagine how someone else learned theirs, yes, even that person. Okay, conjure the worst one, that person. We need to understand how they came to understand. We need to identify a shared set of values. We need to override our instinct to look for the difference and fight, and find the instinct to build our community out from a shared center, no matter how minuscule. We can work to build these areas of agreement. Because if I'm not wrong, if half of Americans think the other half of Americans are a threat to the very fabric of democracy, and they think that censorship is okay if, it's actually a threat. But half of Americans are a threat, see? Well, then I might go for just a little bit of censorship of that terrible threat that's that other half. And then that other half thinks that same thing about me. Because pretty soon, we have a 100% demand for censorship. And believe you me, our government and businesses and corporations will deliver you censorship to supply that demand. Both sides of any aisle you want to divide by. So what do we do about this? Here's a case study. So person A and person B, they're discussing a community problem. Picture a small town or wherever you want to picture it. Big, I don't care. A community problem. At the bank in town, people of color are not getting their loan applications approved at the same rate as white citizens. So here's what they think differently. Person A's thoughts. People at our bank are not overtly racist, but there are some old laws that create a system that makes it harder for some. And this is often expressed along a racial divide. We should explore this. We should see if there are laws to protect equal opportunity. Person B hears that, thinks of a certain hashtagable, unspeakable term for it. It sounds a lot like this thing I've been hearing about. And they say, people are not generally racist. Why are we centering conversations around race instead of unifying Americans? This is a Marxist and un-American approach. It makes white people into villains and undoes all the unity America has worked for. Now, these two can easily get in a knockdown, drag-out brawl over their differences, even if they're not that widely divided. There are common core beliefs hiding in between the two separate understandings. Because what I heard is neither one of them wanted someone to not have equal opportunity. Neither one of them think the people at their bank, which is what they should be talking about, are overtly racist. Both people think there's a problem that needs to be solved, but they're skipping the part where they solve the problem and casting the other into the bucket of an existential threat. These are those conversations where it quickly turns into one person is called a socialist and the other person is called a fascist or whatever, racist or whatever. Where I get the most criticism personally is when I advocate for loving thy enemy, oddly enough. Nothing makes people more mad than when I try to talk them out of hating someone that is supposed to get hated because they're an actual evil. We don't have to do that. I want to live in an America where people can have, extreme differences and say, okay, but we see the same problem. What is the answer? How do we work this out? Because if we don't, it's never going to change. And that's the goal, is changing, right? Not fighting, it's changing the thing. That's what I think. Your mileage may vary on this freedom thing. But instead of defending our side by attacking falsehoods believed by the other, what if we humbled ourselves and said words are understood differently? People have different histories with words, different stories that they're trying to uphold values with. What if we were to do better by seeking out the sliver of commonality and building upon it? That racism would be a bad thing, that there may be systems that are in the way that we can examine together and find a common strategy. Yeah, I know it's hard. It is hard, but what we're doing isn't working. So in between their two futile possible arguments is a great conversation that goes like this. Hey, we don't think overt racism is taking place in our bank, but both of us want equality at the bank. We both want to fix this problem. That will take us down a road of examining the actual systems in place and seeing if there's anything we can agree on as a course of action. Or, we could just hate each other again. Have y'all ever tried to get a small child to eat vegetables, like eat more broccoli? And you totally got them to eat it by showing them the valid sources of information about nutrition, right? They wised up immediately, right? Or wait, no, I remember because I grew up with brothers, so you totally got them to eat their vegetables by putting a sign out on your door saying, in this room, we eat vegetables, we're not stupid. It worked, right? Or no, did you put up a sign that said, you know who doesn't eat vegetables? Joseph Stalin. And they totally ate their vegetables that night, didn't they? Guess who doesn't brush their teeth? Here's a portrait of Chairman Mao smiling for you. Okay, maybe that didn't get a laugh. Maybe y'all haven't seen Chairman Mao in a while. That's okay. That's okay. Well, you can Google that at home for the home viewers. So what's the point here, right? All right, where are we? What do we do? Here's what I've seen work in all these very difficult conversations I've been a part of, and I've got a shoebox full of letters from people that said, I'm going to be different about my racism, or, hey, I was wrong to throw the Molotov cocktail. I've met some people, y'all, okay? I'm just saying. I was wrong to do that. Destruction didn't help my plight. The people that changed, I kept all those letters. I talked to my parents for the first time. I felt love in my home for the first time. Y'all realize what we're missing when we fight each other to death? We're missing all the good stuff. We're missing the healing part. What if we assume the best of each other? What if somebody said something so outlandish and you said, wow, that's got to be scary to feel like that? What if you noticed your enemy is responding to realistic, valid fears that their culture is being deteriorated or that they and their family are being oppressed, and maybe there's valid fear there? And what if we felt sincere compassion? If we can't feel the compassion, here's my advice. I don't like to give advice, but here I am doing it. If you can't find compassion for someone's wacky or whatever view, walk away. You ain't ready for this conversation. Walk away. You're mad, walk away. No influences here. Individual strategies differ from group strategies. When you're talking to a person, it's best. If you're talking to a big group, you just want to be nice. You can get more influence if you get someone to be by themselves and say, I want to know about some of the things that you and your friends have been talking about. I just want to know what that's like. Be patient and don't listen to their words. Their words mean different things to you. Let them go. Listen to their heart. What are they afraid of? That would be terrible, to fear the loss of your nation, your culture, to think someone's coming to replace you. I know it's not real, but so what? We've got to talk to each other. Confirm what you heard before responding. Say, I understand that concern. And here's a great tip. Never, ever say the word but. I hear what you're saying, but that but is a trap and you stepped in it, buddy. I hear what you're saying, and I feel a different way. What am I missing about your experience? Now we're talking. Assuming we want our conversation to be productive. If we don't, just get out of there as fast as you can. And I want to be clear, there's a lot of space for that. There's people that I know that I'm not going to have influence with, and it has nothing to do with me, and I'm not going to go there. That comment on Facebook, I don't need to comment on that. Let it go. Use I words. When I hear you say that, I feel a certain way. Not, you don't have the facts. Not that. No, I read something very different. Talk about lived experience and ask about theirs. They might say, you don't understand what you're talking about. This is happening. This thing is happening that's a threat to America, and you're on the opposite side. Say, wow, tell me more about that. What does that feel like? Teach me. And then ask for their lived experience. How and when have you experienced that, or heard that, or saw that? Where did that hit you, and what did it feel like? Sandwich your point of difference that you want to influence between a couple of agreements. I agree about equal opportunity. I see different barriers to that than you do, but I agree on the problem itself, and that's what we have to fix. Every American deserves to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Every person in the world deserves universal human rights. You will find that other 50% of Americans, that threat, they agree with you. Which is the one beautiful thing we can all say about this country is, for all of our flaws, we have actually done some ugly work to try. Not everyone. Make a space for them, though. We can do that. We can build a nest and let those, this is super cheesy, let those American eagles land and lay some eggs, right? Build a nest. All right, whatever. You get the idea. So, let it go. Say your piece and walk away. Look, I know Johnny Appleseed's probably not real, and I'm probably touching a third rail, just talking about, I don't even know who Johnny Appleseed was. Forgive me, everybody, forgive me. But we all know the myth of Johnny Appleseed, that there's some person that, planted all the trees. I don't know, this is what I heard it. What the myth never worked, the myth that didn't take was the one where he planted one seed and watered it for the rest of the, history of the nation. The whole idea is you just kind of walk around throwing seeds and moving on. So when you give an idea to someone, let nature take its course. Walk away. Plant, leave. Plant more seeds. Enjoy yourself. So, how do we work our magic in the digital streets when you're on your social media? Well, I suggest we resist the power of the hashtag altogether. So the things that are trending, let's not assume those are like the most hot things that we need to add our voice to. Let's assume that these are the most inflammatory takes that absolutely do not represent the norm. Because the things that bring our adrenaline are what we're wired to see and click on and get involved with and that trend on Twitter with those lovely hashtags, those do not represent the calm view of Americans or people in the world. Those are the things that make Americans angry or make Americans scared or make Americans excited. It's not a place to grow a movement. We can resist the power of the news. We've made a mistake lately, which is everyone wants to have their trusted source. We want one trusted source, and we will fight anyone who quotes any other source, right? I do this. I'm really bad about this. I have favorite journalists, and it's hard for me when someone talks about someone that I don't trust. But it's okay. But I think I need to bend my mind too. And instead of looking for a real source, let's look for triangulating sources. Let me find a bunch of disagreeing viewpoints on this topic and try and understand each one. I know that we can't make other people do that. You can't make anybody do anything. You can do it, though. That'd be nice. If we all just did it, right? I'm going to triangulate my news. I'll compare. Notice who's telling you the story. I've seen a lot of medical and military and political experts on the news lately, and all of them will share a similar narrative, but I noticed that there's a lot of retired. We've got this retired advisor to such and such a presidency. Okay, he sounds experienced. Who's signing their paycheck right now? Is it a lobbying group? Challenge our own understandings of what we see and hear. We have chosen a for-profit model for everything we do, medications, news. So demand better, refuse to purchase truths and fictions and products that are unhealthy, and they won't make them anymore. Demand nutrition in your news by triangulating. Make a salad. Same with news organizations altogether. Who funds that news? Who owns that company? What might their agenda be? This is something you do for yourself. Resist the power of myth and the religion of truth. Let's get used to the idea that reality is a fluid thing. We can practice imagining an alternate America or Earth, or however you want to do it, where someone else's story is the accepted truth, where we define history differently from the way we think we need to be good and our community special. Look for primary sources. What do I mean? Science? Well, what if we just learn to read journals and studies instead of looking for the expert that is best? What if we know in our hearts that our trust in one expert is a choice and that others can also be valid? And say, wow, you trust that person's point of view. Guess what? If we look at trusting the science and all that, I'm for that. I trust the science, right? I was a contact tracer during COVID. I am well aware of different outcomes that befell different folks. Okay, but what does that mean? Because if trusting the science means we get the best first hypothesis and we marry it for life, that's a leap of faith. That's not science. That's commitment to something you're getting behind and you're not budging. That's not science, y'all. Science has a bunch of steps and they never stop. Now, what if you go to the next step and you challenge those beliefs, come up with a new explanation that's real, defiant to the hypothesis, and then you marry that one? Well, that's also not science, that's just pure belief. So we have pure faith versus pure belief. Neither of those are science, I'm quite sure. So what if we become enamored with fluidity in our ideas about realities? Know that we're experts on our experiences and we can embrace and claim and celebrate our ignorance. Do you know what I mean by that? What I mean is ignorance has become such an insult, and I think we should celebrate it. Hey, I'm ignorant about something, and this person has an idea. I'm about to get better at being a person. The teacher, Yvonne Dutra St. John, once taught me. She's a teacher. She's a person that wrote the workshop originally that I ended up leading. Long ago, when it was very experimental and woo-woo and people carried crystals in their pockets. But she said life is a rock tumbler. And our job is to get in and let everything play out together with these hard conversations until it knocks all our rough edges off and we come out jewels in the end of life. And what I see in my college, what I see in my communities, what I see in my country, there's a lot of people afraid to get in the tumbler now. I see a lot of folks afraid that they're going to break somebody's piece off or get a piece broken off of their story. My mom's here. Hi, Mom. You didn't want me to grow up to be a dumb rock, did you? Heck no. Doing my best, Mom. So, I have a friend who's a meditation teacher as well, who told me, we're just comparing hallucinations around here. And I think we should do that all the time. When somebody says something outlandish, embrace the subjectivity of your views. Explore those realities. It's our only way to discover a shared world that is different. Because it seems like we all agree there's some serious problems going on, so it doesn't really work out that we also have all the answers. What if we got a little more, okay, I don't know, we blew it, so what's your hallucination, pal? Mine's not playing out well. Let's get in there. And don't believe for a second that the American dream is over. The American dream starts when we wake up. And we start to challenge ourselves, the stories we believe and commit to, and identities we're all attached to, and the words that have to be used, or who's dumb and who's not American. And I hate to tell you this, but it is what it is, and these people are Americans that surround us in this country. We're going to have to learn to live with them. Let's get our hands dirty to the elbows. I want to hear people speak. I want to compare hallucinations of this country, see what we come up with. I want to be wrong. I have left a few minutes for question and answer, and I guess most folks are streaming this online, and I don't know if those folks are able to ask questions. Nope. Next year. Does anyone in the room have a question, a comment, a hallucination they would like to compare with mine? It would be cool if you did, even if you just make one up now. It is a day of dialogue, you know. Yes.
First of all, I'm a teacher of American Culture Studies, and Tony is one of our students, and I'm super proud. He didn't mention that he's been an American Culture Studies student, but I'd like to tell everybody that. Adds to your expertise on this, I think. This is inspired by your idea of walking away from the Facebook comment or walking away generally. There's a notion now that if we're silent, we're complicit with certain ideals
Great. So for those at home that couldn't hear that, Professor, do you want your name on the, Professor Rob Sloan has claimed me as an American Culture Studies major, correct, sir, and asked the question, when is it our responsibility to chime in on Facebook, for example? When is, you see the shirt, right? Silence is violence, right? We have to speak up against these bad things. And I think that this is a perfect example of, it's a great question, by the way, and I thank you for it. This is an example of where we can fall victim to our own black and white thinking. And I mean black and white, I'm not talking racial, you get it, right? I'm saying like our yes or no, on or off thinking, because if I see a Facebook post, there are times where my silence is not a good choice, or where I have agency in a public space where I want to introduce what we call a counter-public to the public, right? I want to say, no, I have a counter-narrative to offset this narrative. And it's a very difficult and slippery slope to know when is that useful and when is it not. My thought is most of the time, we're doing that because we feel compelled to fight the threat, when in fact our action of posting is adding to the division of what will now be a snowball, an avalanche of one-upsmanship in providing sources and videos and facts that own the other side. And that duality is problematic. So I think that if I gave like what might be seen as a rude answer, not to you, sir, but just as a generality, I think that one has to argue, is silence on Facebook violence? I mean, is my combating someone's Facebook comment an effective means of changing the world? Because I think if so, we need to get out and make more friends as a step one. I think we need to get into, we need to look at that and say, wow, I wonder if that person would be open to a conversation. And I think that if that seems wacky, like I'm not going to meet this person, they'll kill me, then it's probably not important that you post on their thing either. Right? I think. I hope that answers that question. And I think there's only literally 1 minute. So if there's someone with a fast thing, we can do it. Otherwise, I'm just going to say thank you so much for having me, and I very sincerely mean that this was a true honor. I hope that I didn't misspeak. I hope that my words are heard okay, and that you're able to hear them. And I hope that if people take issue, that they will be willing to talk to me about that. Thank you, friends. I appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Stafford. I am a hall director in Founders Hall. I work for Residence Life, and I want to thank everyone for bringing me to the table to talk about this important subject for today, for the Day of Dialogue. I just want to share briefly, I'm from the great state of Georgia, which is down south, and I've been grappling with a number of these issues concerning the subject matter of race for some time. So I want to thank the team that brought this to fruition, and I really, really appreciate the team that made this happen. All right, so my title here, I thought about it for several times. This is the second rendition of it, is Dominant Narratives and creating a new, with quotes, a counter narrative. Let's move forward. Learning objectives or learning goals, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the dominant narrative. And that's my task set before me. I'm trying to do that. And the other thing that I'm trying to do in this presentation is to create a new narrative, or because the narrative that we are hearing is just being constantly retold over and over again. So those two things, two goals that I'm trying to accomplish with this presentation. Hopefully I'm able to get there. What is dominant narrative? Before I move forward with that, before I move forward with creating a counter narrative and trying to figure out what that means, I'm trying to figure out what the dominant narrative is and how the dominant narrative functions within our culture, and especially within our culture. And when I'm thinking of dominant narrative, I'm thinking of the power structure. I'm thinking of a social group. I'm thinking of white. I'm thinking of Western educated. I'm also thinking of cisgender, Protestant, able-bodied, English speaking, typical, not neurotypical, things of that nature. That's what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of dominant narrative. And when I'm thinking of dominant narrative, I'm thinking of everything that surrounds us is normal as air. It's normal as air. The line here is taken directly. Dominant narrative is an explanation or story that is told in the service of a dominant social group, beliefs, interests, ideology. It achieves its dominance through repetition and silences other narratives. And it's often seen as objective. And I will also add, not only objective, it's also seen as normal or seen as apolitical. So here's the activity. I'm a Res Hall director, so I'm always looking for activities, and this is a great activity to share with your neighbor or your friend online at a later date. But this is a narrative that I hear all the time. Anyone can achieve the American dream by pulling themselves up by their bootstrap and working hard. As a Res Hall director, this is an activity that I will give to students. I'm like, hey, so sit down and look at this sentence, this statement. Think about it for about 15 minutes. I'll pause for a second. Let's think about it for a second. So given these are the questions, given my subjectivity here, given who I am, these are the questions that I'm having. Who's this narrative benefit? Is there any harm? What assumptions are being made? And why do you suppose this narrative has power? So those are the 4 questions that I came up with. Any type of narrative that you presented, ask those questions. From the American standpoint, the American dream. Is it really American dream? What if you don't have bootstraps? What does working hard mean? So those are some questions you should ask yourself. And is there any real harm that is being made? Other dominant narratives I could think of at this point is this is a free country. I can do what I want to do. So once again, ask yourself these 3 or 4 questions. Who's this narrative benefit? Is there any harm? What assumptions are being made? And why do you suppose this narrative has power? So when I supposition dominant narrative versus counterculture narrative, I have 2 more dominant narratives that I'm going to present to you in this presentation. Anyone who works hard can succeed in society. Is that true? What about for the immigrant? What about for the refugee who just landed on our shores? Is that true for everyone? Really, 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 really true. And what does working hard mean? And the other thing, the other dominant narrative that I'm hearing, I've heard in the past as well, we treat everyone the same. We don't see color. I've heard this many, many times. But to recognize not to recognize my color, not to recognize my ethnicity, my own race, to me that's dehuman. It's problematic in a number of standpoints. So the counter narrative to these are, we live in a society that advantages some groups while disadvantaging other groups. Color blindness is impossible. It perpetuates inequities in our society. This is probably the most important slide in this presentation in terms of dominant narrative replicates itself. It perpetuates the status quo. It acts as blinders about inequities, especially for people of color. Don't like the word people of color, but I'm going to use it for right now. People of color and the marginalized. And the most important point here, and I think the previous speaker already talked about this, it reassures everyone that they are good, moral, just, and fair. And so now we understand why it's so difficult to even counter this dominant narrative, because it reassures everyone they're good, moral, and fair. So for a moment, just for a moment, I like to do silent reflections in all my activities. I like to reiterate the point that it's important that we think about what has just happened in the last 2 years. Thinking about that, think about environmental racism, think about police brutality, think about the immigration debate. So I'm going to take a moment to reflect for a second. So as I move forward in this thing, take this back with you to your homes, to your places of where you congregate with others, and think about that as we move forward. The last thing that I am going to attempt to create is counter-narrative. I don't know what that means. I have to rely on my ancestors for this. And this is a huge thing to me even to bring to fruition. I have 3 public intellectuals. I have 3 thinkers that I want to bring to the audience here. I have James Baldwin, I have Shirley Chisholm, and I have Toni Morrison. James Baldwin is important for Bowling Green because James Baldwin was a visiting professor in Bowling Green in 1979 to 1981. He was a very important intellectual. I think his work still needs to be read to this day. Some of his words are just so important. This is what he said here, beautiful words. Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. Think about that, so confront. So that's one strategy. Another strategy, especially with dealing with inclusion, don't let others make decisions on your behalf. Shirley Chisholm, how she said is, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And that is so important to me. Don't let others make decisions on your behalf. And I'm going to end this presentation on Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison is important to me. I was introduced to Toni Morrison in high school. Toni Morrison was born in Lorain, Ohio. She's a native of Ohio, Noah Peace Prize winner. How she said is, if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. So, because a dominant narrative will not give you the chance to do that. So listen and share your own story. This is all I have for you all. Here's my references, and here's my contact information. Any questions, reach out to me. I am quite a busy person, but thank you for your time. Thank you for this occasion, and I appreciate you all.
We have our narrative, and
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. Like I said, I don't, like in the presentation, I don't even attempt to even understand that. Going back to Toni Morrison in terms of race is built into this, to the fabric of America, is what we have. This is what we have. This is how we move forward. That's a very difficult question. How do we even get past that? I don't know at this point. What we have dealt with so far over the last 2 years is just ruptured a lot of individuals. A lot of individuals are suffering, and I've seen that as well. So that's a great question. Like I said, I have looked to my ancestors to figure out what have we learned in the past so we can move forward, and who's that person to move us forward. So I hope that answers your question, but at this point, I don't know, because sometimes the two different sides are just constantly at each other, and we're surrounded by the dominant narrative, and there's no way to deal with it. It's systemic. It's a structured issue. Exactly. There's no way to move forward. Like I said, I don't know. Public intellectuals, but yeah, it's a very, very important question. Thank you for your question, though.
Thank you for your presentation. It's great. A lot of food for thought. My question is this: in your position as a resident hall director, I mean, you're an authority figure. You work with RAs, you work with young people. How do you work with them in terms of the question of the dominant narrative? Because clearly they're looking to you for guidance. And can you speak a little bit experientially in terms of your position with respect to the young people?
With young people, you have to meet them where they are. So I'm going directly to my counseling skills. Meet them where they are. Try to figure out what's their world. And not go in with authority, because authority is not about I am this person and this is what I say. Once again, the dominant narrative teaches that. So meet them where they are. Try to figure out how to best serve them. Get that trust. Build that rapport. Once you build that rapport and build that trust, then they'll listen to your story. Or they'll listen to what you have to say. They'll listen to what you bring to the table. And then they'll follow your directions or attend a program or things you have to present with them. But you have to meet them where they are. You have to build that trust. And it takes time to build trust. It's not like you started at the beginning of the day. It takes time. It's 5 stages to group development. Have everyone heard about the 5 stages of group development in terms of storming, forming, norming? Yeah, it's 5 stages for group development. You have to meet them where they are. You have to build that rapport. You have to build that trust. If you don't, then you do not have a relationship. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I have a question. You are a residence hall director, which means, like you said, you're meeting students where they are. Where students are in the year of 2021 in college, presented with all the information they're being presented with, is very different from how many of us have been. So students watching this, my heart goes out to you. What is a fertile ground in the present moment that you've seen for creating a counter-narrative, for them to start the challenge to the master narrative, and also how do they build a counter-public in this extraordinarily online space we all inhabit these days?
I'm trying to figure out if I can understand your question here.
Let me say it differently. They want to challenge dominant narratives. How do they begin to write a new one? Where? What medium?
Well, you have to consider their individual identity. You have to consider, because everything is not like we won't solve this situation like right now. Like, you have to consider their own identity. Looking at going back to the identity wheel, what do they bring to the story? What are their backgrounds? Like, how does this person blend in with others? Who has power in a situation? Who has power in the room? Who doesn't have power in the room? As Shirley Chisholm, who's not invited in the room? Who's discounted from the room? So you have to consider all those variables even before you even establish what a dominant narrative is, or how to create a counter narrative. So those are important stories. And I would say just challenge narratives that you've already been told, and challenge things that are not right. Challenge things that you know to not be right. Have a conversation with people. Yeah, I hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, but build those relationships. challenge it, and first start off at step one to move forward. So yeah. Yep.
So in your work as a hall director, when we are meeting them where they are, knowing that everybody comes in with their own backstory, how do we push them out of that comfort zone? What are some techniques that you've discovered can push people out of their comfort zone to begin to start thinking in terms of counter narratives versus dominant narratives?
So how do we push people out of their comfort zone to begin to have conversation about the counter narrative? Great question. Have activities, have programs, expose them to new environments, expose them to new narratives, expose them to your own personal story. Having those conversations, having those programs that are different, but be very cautious with that too, because you also have the gaze of like this is new, so no cultural appropriation should be occurring. Be aware of that. But expose people to new things, new opportunities. But once again, to the young man in the corner, building that trust, because you have to build that trust, because students will test you, and because they want to know who you are and where you're from, and things of that nature. But I would say expose people to new things, challenge them for leadership roles. Be aware of that. Look at your environment. Figure out who's in the room, and why are people and where they're sitting. Look at those things of that nature. But expose them to new cultures. Have conversations, especially difficult conversations. But be aware of that. Yes. All right, I think that's about it, everyone. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Will. While we have a moment, I wanted to encourage everyone to take a moment and be sure to complete the evaluation of this event. It allows for us to improve the event, to give reason why events like this are absolutely essential to the growth of the population here at BG and in the community as well. The evaluation can be accessed via the QR code that is circulating around in the doorways at the tables out front. For those attending in person, we also have paper and pen evaluations if you'd like to fill those out. To those who are attending virtually, we will be sending you a hyperlink with the email address that you registered with. So it gives us an opportunity to, again, make sure that we are getting the types of programs that we need in order to build our community. At this point, we have a few moments. We're going to take about a 15 to 20-minute break. We will be back here starting again at 2:30 for our final two presentations. Thank you all so much.
Okay, I'm ready then. Okay.
Like 5 seconds to breathe. And you can go ahead and take your mask off too while you're presenting.
Okay. Okay. Am I? Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Dobson, and I am a proud alum of Bowling Green State University. I first want to thank Anna Brown, the Deputy Chief for Diversity, Belonging, and Multicultural Affairs, Jennifer McCary, the Chief Diversity and Belonging Officer, and all of those who put together this really important program. As I said, I'm a proud BG alum, having completed my PhD here in 1985. Since then, I've worked in numerous capacities in higher education at a number of institutions, both as a faculty member and also as an administrator, and I am now at Bowling Green State University as a life design coach. As the slide says, using personal history and narrative, I want to talk about my own experience as a Black graduate student here in the late 70s and 80s. The delivery will be conversational, and I hope that we can have a dialogue. My background, a little bit about my background, I was born and raised in Buffalo, New York, first generation college grad of working class parents. I came here with my master's degree in hand from Las Vegas, Nevada, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where I got my master's degree. Bowling Green wasn't my first choice. It was actually my second choice. My transcripts got messed up with my first choice. I had taken some time off after the master's, and I needed to go back to school right now, and Bowling Green offered me a really good package of an assistantship, and I came. And I must admit that the first time I came to Bowling Green, having driven from Las Vegas to my hometown of Buffalo, New York, and then driving to BG, the first time I came to Bowling Green, I was astonished because I left Las Vegas and I saw and was greeted by cornfields. During my years at Bowling Green, there was indeed racial hostility. And as a matter of fact, when I came here, I was actually homeless for a minute. I didn't have a place to stay, and someone at the administration hooked me up, as they say. But during the years at Bowling Green, there was racial hostility. At one point, for example, I had an apartment on Main Street near Pisanello's Pizza, and I can't remember how many times I was walking to perhaps get a pizza or go to the store, and a car of people would drive by and they would say the N-word or other epithets. That became pretty regular to me. I once had a professor, Professor Doug Fricke. This was a graduate level class. It was at night. You know, grad classes, they're long and you meet once a week. So you get to know those people, they become a community. He literally brought to class a KKK flyer that someone had handed to him. And he said to the class, "Look at what I just got." And he was trembling because it affected him and it affected all of us. It was a class of Black and white students, graduate students. We were close to him, but I can remember we were grateful that he shared that with us because it said to me, this person understands what I'm going through. He's white and he's shaken, but can you imagine how I felt? So I say that to say that it was one of those times when, and there was a slogan in the 1960s by African Americans, angry, anxious, and aware. And I think the nature of our anger was that we were angry because we didn't expect the climate to be as hostile as it seemed to be at times. We were anxious because there was a spirit of anxiety and fear, quite frankly, but we were also very aware of our surroundings. In terms of background, I must say also that the English department I love, but when I left with my PhD in hand, I swore that I would never work for another English department again, ever. And so much of my background has been in administration, although for a time I was a faculty member in a tenure track position, and I did get tenure at an institution. But I think when I left Bowling Green, I never wanted to see or be involved in an English department again. And some of the problems I have on the slide here. For example,
This was the late 70s and the early 80s, and there was a canon of American literature and American literary greats, and there wasn't a single black artist or writer in the canon, not one. So I had to petition my department to be allowed to use Langston Hughes as my major author, the great Langston Hughes, Harlem Renaissance writer. The area that I did my dissertation on, the use of oral tradition and fiction in African American literature, where I looked at the works by James Baldwin and other writers. So I wanted to look at fiction, and I also wanted to look at the work of Richard Wright, the great black artist. And again, Wright wasn't listed in the canon at that time, and I had to petition for that as well. So you can imagine how I felt. I will say this, though, and so that those struggles were really buttressed by and countered by some other things, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But this is a black student newspaper back then that I actually served, even though I was a graduate student, as an editor for. Since the time at Bowling Green, I've published and written and that sort of thing, which is generally what you do when you get a PhD in English. And my first ever publications were in the Obsidian. They published some of my poetry. But as you can see, the headline of the Obsidian, beside the gospel choir, black students injured by motorists. I mean, there were times when you were kind of fearful because somebody might drive a car a little bit too fast because you were black and you were thinking, they just want to scare me. Well, in this case, it was injured. So that was the kind of thing that we would talk about. You can't see that very well, but again, there's a little headline there that says black students attacked. And so sometimes the attacks were verbal. Sometimes the attacks or the slights might be a look, like, why are you here? What are you doing? You were also somewhat fearful of the campus police because you were afraid that you were going to be stopped and asked for ID, like, why are you here? And you're thinking, well, I'm a black person in Bowling Green, Ohio. I probably am here because I'm a student, right? The other thing I want to say, though, is that when I came to the department, and I much mentioned this, the English department at Bowling Green State University when I was here was lily white, with the exception of one person of color, Harindu Vasudeva, who was a linguist. He was the only person of color in the faculty. Sorry. I've talked a little bit about the micro myself. I want to talk a bit about the macro. There was, as it says there, a rally focusing on human rights, minority rights. There was the Paul X. Moody trial. There was a young African-American male who was accused of raping a white woman, and he may have done it. I don't know. He was convicted. But whether or not the Paul X. Moody trial had happened, we still would have been fearful. There were any number of rallies on campus. One of them, for example, that's listed there. It's interesting because one of the things I really begin to value, and we didn't have a name for it then, is the notion of allyship. And if you read about that rally on minority rights, it's interesting because the gay union actually is quoted in the article. I didn't even know if Bowling Green had a gay union at that time. I had a very good friend in the English department, a colleague, a fellow graduate student who was gay and out. But I didn't know there was a union, but they called for a police review. There was a Human Rights Alliance that also was involved in the rally and the fight for dignity on behalf of the black students. So there was a sense in which, even though we felt isolated, we also knew we were not alone. We had allies across the color line, if you will. A few years ago, I used to work at Vanderbilt University prior to coming here, and a few years ago, I actually did a presentation on student activism, and I included some of the activism I saw not only at Bowling Green and that I was involved in here, but also at my undergraduate alma mater, SUNY Buffalo. But the interesting thing is that, and in 2007, Falcon Media did an article on some of those protests and ideas that we had at the time. One of the things that is quoted in that article about blacks facing police harassment is that there was a sense of the stripping away of the rights of minorities when they go to college. I think all of us felt like this was a sacrifice worth making, but we also felt like this was a sacrifice and that we had given up something, if nothing else, a sense of safety. And we were also, many of us, just searching for a sense of advocacy. Who is going to be our voice? We also, as I said, the slogan of angry, anxious, and aware, we were also very cautious and very careful. I think that the Paul X. Moody trial, which lasted for some time, as I said, I wrote for the Obsidian a little bit. I edited for it. And so I got to know, even though I was a graduate student, the undergraduate students. The other interesting thing is because of the fact that the English department back then had no one of color, other than the one person who was a linguist, the black graduate students working on their PhDs, and sometimes even those in the MFA program, would end up teaching African American literature courses to undergrads. So I taught 200 and 300 level courses then. So I got to know the undergraduates that way as well. The article that talks about Moody's appeal also mentions that there was a sit-in at one point in the offices of then President Hollis Moore, and that sit-in, again, talking about allyship, was not simply the Black Student Union, but other allies, the ones I've mentioned, and also the Latino Student Union. And so this question of allyship is one that I think is very, very pertinent. But again, it was more than simply the Moody case. During the time I was here, tragically, there was an African-American undergraduate woman who was slain. It was actually a case of domestic violence. She was slain by her boyfriend, who was a black graduate student whom I knew. But when it first came out, that news, all of us were frightened because of what was going on in the atmosphere at the time. And we wanted and we sought and we needed a voice and advocate. And so as it says, I was here during the time when the great James Baldwin was first a writer in residence at Bowling Green, and then he returned for a number of years. His time is chronicled in a book by one of my mentors, Dr. Ernest Champion, who wrote a book entitled Mr. Baldwin, I Presume, James Baldwin, Chinua Achebe, and a Meeting of the Minds. And if you read that book, you'll find that Baldwin loved his time at Bowling Green. There are these passages where Baldwin is sitting and listening to the gospel choir, and he gets choked up, and he has to leave the room, and he loved the students, and he loved the atmosphere. I took a class with Baldwin, and I also served as a graduate assistant for the undergraduate class that was taught by Baldwin, and also my mentors, two of them, Ernest Champion and Robert Early, who was a professor in English and creative writing. If you look, you'll see Baldwin in the classroom there, and if you see, there's a little guy to, what did I do? Can you turn me back on? Yeah, okay. To the right, with his head down, with the striped shirt, that's me, y'all, in the classroom. And this class would have actually been, Baldwin taught two classes the semester that I served as a graduate student. One class was a graduate level class where we would meet each week, about 12 of us. And the other class was a larger class taught in a large seminar room with about 100 students, and the graduate students served as assistants to the professors who taught that class. And I think, again, many of the grievances and the concerns that we had on a micro level, James Baldwin exemplified and magnified on a macro level. And the other thing that Baldwin did for those of us who felt as though, why am I here at Bowling Green and subjecting myself, is that he signified, his very presence signified that we mattered, that I mattered. You felt they had to listen because he was James Baldwin. I'm going to go through these slides quickly, but as you can see, Baldwin enjoyed teaching at Bowling Green. He felt as though he had come home at Bowling Green. I think that was because of the incredible faculty and other people who were here, as well as the students. As he said at one point, you must take the curse and use it. And I think that means really grappling with and struggling with as was the previous speaker said, the counter narrative and finding a way to address that counter narrative, but never, ever, ever forgetting that that counter narrative is in existence. And you must constantly, as someone said earlier, confront the counter narrative and the master narrative. I was blessed and fortunate that what became the first chapter of my dissertation, which looks at the work of Baldwin and three other African-American fiction writers, Baldwin actually read and liked. That's what Dr. Champion told me. And it's so interesting, and I kept this for a long time. I actually got a slime, because we would have these meetings, aside from everybody else, the graduate students and the professors and Baldwin. And right before the class was over, we were sitting at someone's house, some faculty member's house, and Baldwin took out a sheet of paper and wrote his contact information down for New York City. He said, if you're ever in New York, look me up. Now, I was too afraid to do that, y'all. One of those missed opportunities. But that again, was something that really told us we matter. I'm going to stop and say this. Much of the time, I'm teaching life design now. When I mention to the students that Baldwin was here, the students go, oh my gosh, we didn't know that. And I wonder why we, Bowling Green, don't crow about that more, and why there isn't a plaque, why we don't have something that says this great world-class writer was here in Northwest Ohio, mentoring and teaching and all of that. And I say that because, yes, that was a time of pain and a time of struggle, but it was also a time of triumph. It was a time of allyship. It was a time where Bowling Green became better in spite of all of the things that were happening at the time. And prior to coming here, as I said, I worked and lived in the South for about 18 years, from 2004 till now. Prior to that, I was at Wright State. And when I went to the South, I was fearful of the South as a black raised in the North. But going to the South and hearing the stories and talking to people who got up and said, I'm going to go walk down to that Woolworths. I've met Diane Nash. I've met and worked with and talked with and had supper with Reverend James Lawson and numerous other people like Kwame Lillard and others who were part of the Freedom Fighters. And John Lewis, before he passed, came back several times. I used to teach at Fisk University, and John Lewis was an alum of Fisk. And over again, you hear those stories from these people, and they're not always positive stories, but they're stories of overcoming. And I think we at Bowling Green have to honor that history. I know we've done some of that, but we could even do more. I'm going to shift gears a little bit because I don't want it to seem all negative. As I said, we demonstrated and marched and rode and protested. My wife and I were driving downtown last weekend, and I pointed out to her the courthouse, and I mentioned that a bunch of us marched at one point from campus to the courthouse, and we crowded in the courthouse because it was something that had to do with Paul's case. And that's the last time I've been in that courthouse, and I don't think I ever want to go back. But the point was that when Baldwin came, he did bring this voice and this presence, and he challenged us. At one point, I can remember him saying, keep asking why. I'll never forget when he said that. But the other thing that I want to say, and I think this is so important, and the work that you are doing, Anna, and the rest of y'all in diversity and belonging are doing, that there was a strong sense of community. We had an entity on campus called the Amani, House of Peace, which was a campus gathering for black students and those who felt marginalized. We had the BSU, and I was a member of the Third World Graduate Student Association. We had the Obsidian. There was a strong black Greek presence. And mainly we had each other, undergrad and grad, but we also had allies within the faculty and staff. And there's a passage in The Fire Next Time where Baldwin is talking about racism and the color line, and he says at one point about when he was growing up in Harlem, he talks about the black church, but he also talks about rent and waistline parties and how we had each other. We had the music and the chicken, and we had each other. And much of the time, that's what I felt at Bowling Green. The greater community doesn't accept me, but y'all do. And I can make it if y'all don't let go of me, and I don't let go of y'all. There was even an opportunity that I had to leave at one point, maybe a year in. Someone said, well, Frank, I think if you go there, you can get in. It was one of the Big Ten schools, and they had a hookup, and I could have sent my things there, and I said, no. And by that point, I had a community, I had mentor, I had friends and colleagues. Had the institution gotten better culturally? Maybe not. But I had a community that supported me and loved me and cared, and they said, we got you. You know, we know what it's like out there, but we got you. This is an example. I don't know if you can see that well, but the names on that, this was actually an advertisement in the Obsidian for the Ethnic Studies program, and two of my mentors, Dr. Ernest Champion, whom I've mentioned, and Dr. Janice Pallister of Romance Languages. And you were like, wait a minute now, Frank, you weren't involved in Romance Languages. But part of my PhD, I had to, and I couldn't do it now, but I had to translate something. My language was Spanish in another language. And so I worked with Dr. Pallister translating the poetry of the Cuban poet Nicolas Guillen. And she actually gifted me a couple of her books, signed them for me. And so it was amazing when I went into the library and I saw that there was a lounge or something named after her, because again, she helped save me. Also mentioned the Ethnic Studies program, and you can see, perhaps not well, some of the names of the people who mentored me and kept me going. Here's a list, and there are others. I've mentioned some of the names. Dr. Champion, who was on my dissertation committee. Jan Pallister, as I said, she was the person with whom I worked in order translating, getting through the translation requirement. Robert Early, who was in creative writing. Phil O'Connor. I took enough classes in creative writing to get an MFA, in addition to taking lit classes. And Phil O'Connor told me, you can do this. You know, you can write that novel, that short story. Mr. Richard Fry of the Upward Bound program. I worked for a while in the summer with the TRIO programs, and at one point I was coordinator of instruction for the summer program for Upward Bound, and that helped me land my first administrative job because it sounded real, you know, highfalutin. Miss Peace Champion at the graduate school and Dr. Winstone at the graduate school. These and others helped me succeed in spite of the climate and institutional traditions and racism, because of these and others who became a part of my team. And we in Life Design talk a lot about team, and that was my team. And without that team, I wouldn't have made it here. I would have left. I mentioned the community, and I had to put this in there. There's actually a picture of a fashion show at the Obsidian. The guy in the middle with the smile, that's me. It was a fashion show that the BSU put on, and actually a colleague of mine in the English department, a white gay male, whose last name was very similar to mine, but who was really connected with the black community. He knew more of the black community than I do. He said, hey, Frank, I think you ought to be involved in that fashion show with the BSU. And next thing you know, I'm in the fashion show. But what that did was it increased my sense of community. And that was vitally important. There's a picture of me getting my PhD from BG, and right in back of me is Bill Grant. And I'll tell you a Bill Grant story. Because again, there was nobody black in the English department, nobody who was an African Americanist, and my first choice for a professor to chair my dissertation got a Fulbright, so he was gone. My second choice retired on me. And nobody else in the department felt like they could work with me. So somebody said to me, why don't you go and talk to Bill Grant? He's in American Cultural Studies, and he writes about whiteness. I said, well, he writes about whiteness. I'm writing about blackness. Maybe we can work. And the first meeting I had with Bill Grant, I thought he was the biggest racist on campus because he grilled the hell out of me. I guess I can say that. He did. And he grilled me again, and he grilled me again. But once I won him over, I knew, okay, I'm good now, because he's got my back. I've won him over. He gave me a stronger sense of confidence, a sense that I had somebody who was going to fight to make sure I got that degree finished, because by this point, I'm no longer on campus. I've got a job, and I've got to make some money, and he made sure and helped me shepherd through. So, again, I wish that something like this Day of Dialogue had been in place when I was a student and a teacher here. As I mentioned, I taught some undergraduate classes. I believe that these times of turmoil at BG should be remembered and acknowledged the same way we remember the marchers across Edmund Pettus Bridge, or those, again, I spent a lot of time in Nashville, who walked to downtown Nashville and sat in the Woolworths counter. We got to remember that, because if we don't, what does that say about our rendering of history? Because there were so many courageous campus citizens like my professor, who brought in the flyer from the KKK and said, hey, y'all, we need to deal with that. I don't know if we talked about literature that night, but I know we talked about that flyer. My mentors and supporters were black and white, male and female, gay and straight, faculty and staff, graduate and undergraduate. That is how it should always be. I always ask students, what does your team of supporters look like? I had a colleague at Vanderbilt who would say this to his students, and we both work with first years, and he would say to students that by the time you get out of here in 4 years, your friend group should not be monochromatic. They shouldn't all look like you and come from the same race. They should come from different backgrounds. And so that was one of the things that I took with me from that experience. And I believe the same thing for those of us who mentor. What are the students who gravitate toward us look like? Are they, again, monochromatic, or do they look like the world? I don't know what my time is like, but I did have some questions for us to consider. I'm good time-wise, thank you so much. This is from Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, Between the World and Me, and he writes this to his son. The entire narrative of this country argues against the truth of who you are. And my question is this, y'all. What does the entire narrative of Bowling Green State University say about the truths of different identities of students? How can we begin to write that narrative, if needed, as needed? I think it's great that there's a Sidney Ribaud Plaza right outside this building. I've been at institutions where they began to do walls and paintings of honor of people who've contributed to diversity across the institution, because you want those people to be remembered. So that's one of the questions, I don't know how much time we have for Q&A, that maybe we want to chop it up about a little bit. I've got another question, though, there. And this is from Baldwin in The Fire Next Time. And he says this: we were bound together by the nature of our oppression, the specific and peculiar complex of risks we had to run. There was a troubling set of circumstances here at Bowling Green during the time I was here. But there was also much good trouble, to cite the late Congressman John Lewis. I would suggest that it is a history that should be reflected and studied upon. Is there value in seeking to understand the troubled histories of institutions? I believe there is. And as the previous speaker, as I told him afterwards, it really set me up well, because he talked about countering narratives and about the changes that have happened in our country over the last few years, such as the George Floyd murder and other similar kinds of cases. And just recently, this past week, I know the largest Robert E. Lee statue in the country was taken down. And so how do we begin to grapple with these troubled histories? We can't shirk and run away from them. We have to confront them and grapple with them for the sake of our children, for the sake of, I'm dealing now with and working with now the class of 2025, the class of 2030 and 2035. In a book entitled, it's a wonderful, wonderful book, Letter to My Daughter, Maya Angelou, who later became a distinguished professor at Wake Forest University, said this. She went there to speak, and afterwards the students gravitated toward her. I've seen her in action. I've been on campuses where she's spoken. And she says this: I realized that these students, black and white students, were using me as a bridge. The parents of those students had never had a language which allowed them to speak as equals. Now their children were creating a way which would allow them to have a dialogue. I sat with them, the students she means, until midnight, encouraging, abetting, and urging them to speak. And my question is this: do we on this campus have a language which allows students to speak as equals and address one another in a manner that encourages true dialogue around race and difference? Again, thank you for this program, because this is one of those vehicles to do that. I'm going to end here. Thank you so much. I've thrown out some questions. I don't know how much time we have. These are some of the books that I've cited: Maya Angelou's Letter to My Daughter, Baldwin's The Fire Next Time, Cheryl Cashin's book, Place Not Race, A New Vision of Opportunity in America. Cashin is a professor at Georgetown School of Law, and she's also written the book, The Lovings. But in this particular book, she talks about how we have to focus on race, but we also have to focus on issues of class. And in the book, she cites an example, for example, at an Ivy League institution where there are two students that she studied, one white, one black, and they actually found that they had more in common at this particular Ivy League school than students of their same race because of their background as working class individuals. Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between the World and Me, and Eddie Glaude, Democracy in Black, How Race Still Enslaves the American Soul. And in that book, he talks about the value gap and how there's a perceived value gap in America between whites and blacks, as though blacks are less valuable than whites. Thank you. Comments, questions, thoughts? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Marilyn Isley. I'm on the Bowling Green Board of Trustees. And so I appreciate you asking us and challenging us with those questions. But I do have one specific thing for you as being involved in life design, which is very supported by the board, something that I always get on my soapbox about. So I'm just wondering how you feel that program can help our students of color and other marginalized students.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. You know, I taught 2 classes this morning, so otherwise I would have been here for the entire program. And I think the one thing that life design emphasizes, as you well know, is the sense of community. I talked about teams. It talks about the fact that, because it does talk about the fact that you've got to find your lane. You've got to find your North Star. You've got to find your compass and follow that. But it also talks about how you do that in community. And I think that that's one of the things that, again, students of color or students from working class backgrounds or students from inner city Toledo or wherever, they're coming here hoping that they find community. And I think as we begin to say, here are some tools that you can use, life design tools as it were, to select a team or define a team. And much of the time we inherit a team. We just have to recognize that. So I believe that life design is an ideal tool to really begin to help young people actualize those things that will allow them to find community as they're finding their path and making their way through. Thank you so much. I hope I've answered your question. You're welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? My question was, when you were protesting with other students, the Paul X. Moody trials, did you feel ever at any point that your assistantship or the guarantee of tuition payment or scholarship was hanging in the balance, that if you protested too far or went against the good graces of your faculty chairs, that you may face, not particularly expulsion, but the removal of your assistantship?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't one of the leaders. I knew the leaders. I was friends with them. One of my roommates, who was a graduate student, had grown up with one of the leaders, and so I knew them very well and would talk with them. But I was never out front, so I felt as though I wasn't as vulnerable as they were. But I did feel as though my department didn't understand what I was dealing with and my peers were dealing with, because of the fact that I not only had to master and grapple with everything that was happening, studying and teaching and all of that, but I had to deal with this other piece that was going on, a community under assault. And so psychologically, we talked today in my class about mental health, for example, and I don't think they understood about the mental health needs of that community. And so that was the problem. I thought for a while I was just going to go crazy. I can remember one time walking not too far from here. It was late at night. I had left the library. As a graduate student, you live in the library. And I just got out and I was just walking thinking, what am I going to do? So I do think that for many of us, our mental health was really, really in a precarious situation. And we didn't have the kind of mental health support that we have today for students. And it was needed. You're welcome.
I just want to say really quick, thank you so much for all of that, because I'm currently a master's student, also in the English department. The English department is also white, except for a person of color. And much of what you're speaking to, I feel like on a very, very personal level. My first semester here was during COVID, so community was a lot harder to establish, but I still felt like the difference. I'm from Mississippi, so I went to Alcorn State University in my undergrad, so I went to HBCU. So coming here was an extreme culture shock, and not in the, I know that the world is majority this, but it was just the way that it was so detached. I have an assistantship, so I taught a class, and I had one student tell me that I was the first black person he had ever talked to. And he would hound me every day after class and try to engage in political conversations, but I was like, not here for it, because I really just didn't have the mental capacity. But I guess my question is, you mentioned like the going crazy part. My first year was full of that because like my parents didn't quite understand the space I was in, and it was really hard to like find people who could connect. And there was lots and lots of, there's tons of allyship, and that's one thing I will attest to, that there's lots of great friends in the community, but finding people who could really speak to what I was going through and not just sympathize but empathize was really, really hard. And I'm currently in a space of trying to find like community, but I think coming off of COVID, and me as a person, I'm kind of shy. It's like, I guess tips for finding like your people, because it is very important, and I found it's very important to my education.
You know, yeah, I feel you. I hope I can get to know you a little bit and we can talk some more. But yeah, I had to find my people. Thankfully, some of them found me. Some of them directed me to other people, but that was so important. And in terms of HBCUs, I taught for about 10 years as an adjunct at Fisk during the time that I was at Vanderbilt. And Fisk and Vanderbilt are separated geographically by maybe 3 miles. A lot more than that in some other ways, but there were times when I drove across the bridge, Jubilee Bridge, named after the Jubilee Singers, to Fisk, and I felt as though I needed this as well, because I was dealing with a very different kind of culture at Vandy, even though I was there for 17 years. The other thing I'll say in terms of life design, I think we can be used to get back to your question, ma'am, use life design as a vehicle to begin to talk about difference and sameness and commonality, because it's right there for us, and they're our first years. And so that's one of the things that I'm trying to do and tweak in my class, is talk about community as well as diversity. Thank you all so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Angela Nelson. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Popular Culture and chair of the Department of Ethnic Studies and new director of the School of Cultural and Critical Studies, which is all in the College of Arts and Sciences. Thank you for being here. Today I want to talk to you about Esther Roll as a Black feminist creative and her work with Good Times, the series that she was the star of. I watched a lot of primetime television growing up in Dazzle, South Carolina in the 1970s and 80s. One of my fondest memories was watching the television situation comedy Sanford and Son that aired on the NBC network from January 1972 to March 1977 with my grandfather, my mother's father, Matthew Blanding. My grandfather was a farmer who, with a 6th grade education, watched very little television for enjoyment. However, he enjoyed Fred Sanford's antics. What I remember the most is my grandfather's laughter while watching the show. Sometimes he could not believe what Fred was saying or doing. Overlapping with Sanford and Son's run in the 1970s was the television situation comedy Good Times that aired on the CBS network from February 8, 1974 to August 1, 1979. Even more than Sanford and Son, I loved Good Times. It's hard to believe that on February 8, 2024, Good Times will celebrate 50 years. 3 episodes remain etched in my mind. The one where Florida, Willona, and Thelma perform as the Supremes for a rent party. The one where JJ's girlfriend, played by Debbie Allen, turns out to be a heroin addict. And the one where we find out that Penny, played by Janet Jackson, was abused by her mother. But that was a long time ago, and everything was not dynamite in the 1970s. As I reflect upon what the series meant to me, to African Americans and American society, and more importantly, what Good Times says about structural inequalities in the United States of America in the 1970s, the Black female actor Esther Roll is central. Roll, the 9th of 18 children born to Jonathan and Elizabeth Roll in Pompano Beach, Florida, was the star of Good Times. I liken her a Black feminist creative who Black feminist Michelle Wallace defines as a Black woman who inaugurates public creative acts and whose creativity is inherently, potentially, subversive of a patriarchal hegemony as well as of a racist and exclusionary white cultural hegemony. As an artist, Roll engaged in conversations about Black belonging in 70s American television at a unique time when African Americans were appearing in film and television and producing literature and music in record numbers. Roll clearly believed and voiced as much that Black people belonged on television. Her brand of Black feminist creativity created a space for dialogue with the show's culture brokers and other Black creatives on the series about what it meant to be Black within the situation comedy genre, while at the same time revealing the perpetual imperatives of commercial television that kept Black images stereotypic, humorous, and isolated from white images. Roll came to Good Times from the television situation comedy series Maude that aired on CBS from September 1972 to April 1978, where she was a supporting actor. Playing the house cleaner of the family of Maude Findley, her engaging presence prompted CBS programming chief Fred Silverman to call Jewish American male Norman Lear, then executive producer of Maude and co-founder of Tandem Productions that developed Maude, to say the network wanted Roll to have her own show. Lear was already excited about the prospect of creating a series for Roll. Work on Esther Roll's show started in 1973. Lear asked Mike Evans, who played Lionel Jefferson, a Black neighbor of white male Archie Bunker in the first successful Tandem Production sitcom, All in the Family, that aired on CBS from January 1971 to April 1979, to write a script for the new series set in a Chicago, Illinois housing project. Evans contacted his friend Eric Monty, also a Black male and former resident of the Chicago Cabrini Green housing projects, who wrote a draft in a few weeks. After at least 13 drafts, the series at first named The Black Family, then changed to Good Times, was ready for the cast. Good Times was the first series to feature a recurring, intact Black nuclear family, the Evanses, on primetime television. In TV world, I understand the Black nuclear family to be a heterosexual, two-parent family with children living in a single dwelling at the same time. Roll granted several interviews for the Black periodicals Ebony and Jet and the mainstream periodical TV Guide in 1974, 1975, 1976, and 1978. In these interviews resided Roll's voice. Her perspective on the importance of her creativity and racial uplift contested the status quo of the American historically white male situation comedy, thus branding her heretical. Good Times was a forum for an expression of Black feminist creativity which addressed Black creativity, images, uplift, belonging, and womanhood. Good Times was subversive of the historically white male situation comedy because it featured a recurring, intact Black nuclear family for 2.5 seasons during prime time, called attention to the Black community, showed recurring Black female, male, and youth images, and presented topical issues and events affecting the United States and the Black family. Good Times became a landmark after which other series featuring recurring, intact Black nuclear families, such as The Cosby Show, 227, Family Matters, You Take the Kids, and Blackish, can compare. Historically white male situation comedies share several characteristics with Black sitcoms, working class sitcoms, family sitcoms, Latino sitcoms, workplace sitcoms, and friendship sitcoms. HWM situation comedies are open-ended series of 30-minute self-contained episodes with commercials made for radio network, television network, cable broadcasting, and streaming services. HWMs revolve around one or more plots, present stereotypical characterizations and ritualistic humor in the form of repetition, gags, and/or insults, and have a regular cast of core characters comprising a family. First developed in the mid-1920s, the messages of classic or historical sitcoms revolve around 4 central ideologies. 1, whiteness, 2, the nuclear family, 3, material success and abundance, and 4, middle-class values. These ideologies coalesce around the basic premise of the classic or historical sitcom, to exalt the interactions of the white nuclear middle-class family that has material success and abundance. Centered in the HWM sitcom creation, character, thought, narrative, and action is the white, able-bodied, married, middle-class, heterosexual American male. Esther Roll engaged with the televisual presence of Good Times as a cultural form, which essentially exposed her concerns about Black belonging in the United States in general and Black belonging in American television in particular. Belonging encompasses the level to which a person or group of people feels valued, respected, included, and empowered. For African Americans in television, well, it's complicated. African American male scholar Cedric C. Clark in 1969 doubted that non-white groups would ever reach the level of respect in television that some European immigrant groups had attained at the time. In 1972, Roll knew that the struggle for respect was real. In her interviews conducted during the mid to late 1970s, Roll expressed themes related to Black belonging, uplift, creativity, images, and womanhood. Examining Esther Roll as a Black feminist creative in the dramatic performative arts illuminates the structural inequalities of the American television industry. Roll was engaged in formulating Black female subjectivity. Roll was critical of current oppressive and repressive social arrangements affecting not just Black women, but Black people as a group in primetime television. She engaged in thoughtful and critical conversations and arguments with Norman Lear and Alan Manning's, a Jewish-American producer of Good Times, about the content and characterizations in the series, which were at times received well by them and at other times not received well. Roll assumed that African Americans belonged on primetime television in the ways, manners, and images that African Americans approve, but not in the ways, manners, and images of the decision makers in the television industry. Although one would be hard-pressed to articulate what constituted quality black programming in the 1970s, Roll made her attempt to articulate her vision. Roll did not view her blackness as her problem. Quote, "Being black is not my problem, that's society's problem. I never set myself apart. They did. I had a family that said, you are who you are. I was taught you had a job to do being worthy. I didn't do it for society. I did it for black people, for some people who loved me dearly. We couldn't let each other down," unquote. For Roll, black belonging meant that African Americans in higher positions and statuses of authority with options, opportunities, and resources to match that authority were required to help those in positions and statuses of life with fewer options, opportunities, and resources. In other words, she viewed her opportunity as a black female actor participating in racial uplift. Quote, "Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I have to do my own stuff and be a good straight man. If it goes wrong, it's Esther's fault. If it's good, it's because they look good. And I have to watch closely to see the show doesn't stray too far from the ideals in which it was conceived. Sometimes people go for a quickie, a cheap laugh. I don't mind not getting every laugh if we stick to the spine of what we started out with," unquote. Before Roll became an activist within the television studio in the 70s, fighting for optimal images of African Americans to be written into the script she read, she was an actor seeking to learn, perform, and hone her craft. Roll valued her creativity and did what was necessary to improve. Quote, "I worked hard for the satisfaction of working at the thing I loved most. So I just kept on working in factories all day and for free in the community, playhouses and whatnot. Well, I was polishing my instrument for this day, I suppose, but I didn't know it then," unquote. There is a critical perspective to Roll's creativity. She did not treat all opportunities for sharing her public creative works equally. Quote, "I've always been selective about my roles. Still am. First of all, I have to like me, and I couldn't like me if I depicted crap that made a black child hang its head. I feel an obligation to do something that will make him stick his little chest out and say, 'Did you say that?' My goal is to give black women dignity," unquote. Regarding the images and representation of black Americans in primetime television, Roll was most watchful. Lear's first premise for the series was to be a single mother struggling with her 3 kids, unquote. But Roll said, "No way, I will not have a show without a father. I grew up with a mother and a father, and I want to show America that black men stay with their women and their children and raise them just like other races of people do," unquote. Her most strenuous criticism, however, related to the Evans' oldest son, JJ, played by stand-up comedian Jimmy Walker. Roll characterized JJ as a buffoon. Quote, "He's 18 and he doesn't work, he can't read and write, he doesn't think. The show didn't start out like that. Michael's role of a bright thinking child has been subtly reduced. Little by little, with the help of the artist, I suppose, because they couldn't do that to me, they have made him, JJ, more stupid and enlarged the role. Negative images have been quietly slipped in on us through the character of the oldest child. I resent the imagery that says to black kids that you can make it by standing on the corner saying dynamite," unquote. Roll was concerned about the images of African American youth in primetime television because of her deep concern for all youth watching the series. Quote, "If a child goes wrong, I don't want any parent looking at Good Times to fix the blame. Someone has to care," unquote. Quote, "And while Roll concedes that every actor must make his or his or her own decision about the type of roles to accept, she objects to films that glorify pimps, prostitutes, and pushers, unquote. Roll reveals her concerns about the position of Black women in primetime television. Quote, "I never dreamed that this kind of stardom would happen to me as an actress. I worked at this business because I loved it, but there was no future for a Black woman. If you weren't very fair or light-skinned and had long hair, you didn't even get to play the maid because that's all you got to play anyway," unquote. Although limited roles existed for Black women in the 70s, acting in Good Times was a challenge Roll, quote, "always wanted to accept," unquote. Quote, "I've always been very unhappy about the role of domestics. The Black woman in America doesn't need to go to drama school to be a maid. The old actresses who played the Black maid stereotypes are not villains. It's the ones who hired them. We've been stereotyped and unrecognized for too long. Anyone who digs in the earth or scrubs somebody's floor, I don't blame them for taking that job. I ache that they had to do it," unquote. Further, Roll fought for the young Black woman who portrayed her daughter Thelma, played by Bernadette Stannis. Quote, "In the first 5 shows, there wasn't much about me or my daughter. They were about men. My daughter is not to be just a sponge to soak up men's problems. We have young Black writers. I asked for young Black women writers," unquote. To make Black belonging in primetime television more of a reality, Esther Roll directed her concerns and protests toward the structure of the television industry, represented by the culture brokers, the executive producers and producers of Good Times. To some extent, Roll was successful, though with much ideological struggle in the process, as she reasoned with the culture brokers and other Black creatives of Good Times. She influenced decisions made by the series' executive director, executive producer, and producer concerning behind-the-scenes employment, script revisions to include acceptable narrative and thematic content, and encouraging more character depth in the Black teenage daughter of the show. As such, focusing on Roll's perspective on the importance of her Black creative production and her contestation of the impact of the historically white male situation comedy on Black images is noteworthy today, given the status of Black creatives and images in broadcast and cable television, streaming services, social media, and other mass media outlets. Thank you for your time, interest, and attention. If you have any comments or questions, I'd be happy to answer your questions or receive any feedback.
Thank you so much. Growing up, she was one of my heroines. She reminded me of the women in my family. And I wonder this, she is such an important figure. How much scholarly work has been done on her? Is there a book project on her? Because she merits so much more attention, given the role that she played and the way in which that series was such an important series for all of us.
I'm working on a book on Good Times in general, and she's going to be a part of that. In fact, what you are hearing, unfortunately for you all, but good for me, is this is like my first presentation of that research is what you're hearing now. But as far as I can tell, I mean, there's been work about Good Times as a series,
Sure.
or Black sitcoms in general, because it's a milestone to have a Black reoccurring, intact Black nuclear family. But so far, I have not found anything specifically about her. Bernadette Stannis has written an autobiography, which I've read, so she has a portion that talks about Good Times. Jimmy Walker has an autobiography where he's talked about Good Times and really the difficulties in working, because it got to a point where it was just difficult to work around her, but he did. He stayed, she walked out and John Amos walked out, but he stayed all 5 years that it aired. And Janae Dubois, she's not written an autobiography. Esther Roll has not written an autobiography, and I haven't seen any works that specifically talk about her. Now, there have been some volumes, some scholarly works that have talked about Black women in television, so they spend some time talking about it. But even then, and I think it's pretty well known if you look at works about Good Times, about her criticism about JJ, and about wanting the family to be intact, and her going back and forth with Norman Lear and Alan Mannings about the show, but nothing full length about her in particular. And so I felt it was necessary to look at, where were those places where she talked about the show. And for me, in my research, looking at Black popular culture, Ebony Magazine and Jet Magazine always give me perspectives that I don't find in People Magazine and Life Magazine, Time Magazine. I don't know that Time covered anything related to Good Times in it. It may have been a really short little column. So I felt it was important, and I think those resources have given me another perspective on what her thoughts were, her perspectives were.
I've got a follow-up, and that is, when you think about that comedy show, it's never gotten the kind of accolades that the Cosby Show got, because it's a different, gaze, if you will, of Black family life, but one that is, very familiar to a lot of us. But the other piece is, when you think about Black women who are pioneers in TV, obviously you think about Diane Carroll and Julia and some of the other, but people like her, and even Bea Richards, who, did some TV as well as some film, obviously, they're not, and they were just so important. So that was the other thing. I don't know if,
Yeah, that's great. Good Times Norman Lear took a lot of hits. Alan Mannings took a lot of hits. Tandem Productions took a lot of hits, because the thing that Norman Lear ushered in was this reality situation comedy during the prime time hour. So he was dealing with censorship. All kinds of groups were arguing with him about, well, you should, okay, you did a good job covering this topic, but you didn't. I'm talking about All in the Family, Maude, One Day at a Time, Good Times, Sanford and Son, and The Jeffersons. All of those shows. Now, Sanford and Son and The Jeffersons, they kind of stayed more in the middle. They were a Black family, but upper middle class family. But so Good Times being the first, showing the first nuclear Black family on primetime television, added on top of, but really it was, to me, what Norman Lear was doing, wanting to do topical issues, is what I think partly made Good Times possible. Now, as I mentioned very briefly at the beginning, the late 60s and 70s, that was like a watershed moment for African Americans. We had music coming out. African Americans were writing soundtracks for film. We had the blaxploitation films at that time. Cicely Tyson, the very week before that Good Times premiered, she was in the mini-series, the movie, the television movie, The Autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman. And that was another thing that had a great impact on me. So she was, moving and doing things at that time. Esther Roll had been in Black theater in New York, doing her thing. The character of Michael, the young son, he was actually on a Broadway musical, Raisin. In fact, all the people you find in Good Times, these people were in the New York, whatever the New York scene was, all of them were involved. Bernadette Stannis wasn't very she hadn't, that was her first gig, was being in Good Times, but she grew up in New York, in Brooklyn, and Jimmy Walker, I think, also grew up in Brooklyn or in the Bronx. So all these people in the show had this New York background, and everyone who was found, either Norman Lear had seen them do something and they were brought back to his memory, or Bud Yorkin, his partner with Tandem Productions, saw somebody, or Alan Manning saw somebody in New York. So you've got this scene going on here. And just one final little interesting thing I want to say about the show in my research that I found is that Lawrence Fishburne was set to play the role of Michael. Lawrence, of Matrix, because we have Matrix Resurrection coming out, and all the other things that Lawrence Fishburne has done. But he was scheduled to, and he was at the first rehearsals, because they were trying to get Ralph Carter, but he couldn't get out of his Raisin contract, because he had been on Broadway and doing the musical there. Working at it. And so Lawrence Fishburne thought, and his family thought, now that we're in rehearsals, okay, he's got it. Nope. Ralph Carter was able to get out of his contract or whatever, and they dropped Lawrence Fishburne just like that. And then I thought, wow, would the trajectory of Lawrence Fishburne's film career been so much different if he had been in the sitcom instead. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that another tidbit that I learned along the way is that Bernadette Stanis auditioned with Jimmy Walker. You know, she'd been in Miss Black New York pageant in New York, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I was in the Miss Black Sumter pageant back in 1982, and so New York had its version as well. So she was there, was found there, someone saw her there, I'm forgetting what the connection was there. So she flew out to, I think she flew out to California, did her audition with Jimmy Walker. Jimmy Walker said in his autobiography that that it was Bernadette Stanis, Tamu Blackwell, and Chip Fields. Now, for some of you, if you all remember the 70s, Chip Fields was an actress, popular. In fact, she played the role of Janet Jackson's mother in Good Times, who was abusing Janet Jackson. But if those of you remember, she played Tootie. I'm forgetting what Facts of Life. That is Chip Fields' daughter. Kim Fields is Chip Fields' daughter. And then Kim Fields went on to do Living Single. So all these connections, like who you know, we see it operating in Good Times. Okay, I see a hand over there. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask your professional opinion. Do you have any other resources to recommend that report on Black popular culture and that are also critical of white popular culture through a Black feminist politic that you could recommend to those of us who are not seasoned in research of this area?
Okay, so your question was, hold the mic because you might just say it again. So you're saying you're asking what resources to study Black popular culture?
Yeah, that you enjoy or like, or for those who are, not studying it but are casually interested and like to be involved and be aware.
Okay, yes. Mark Anthony Neal at Duke University. He's written several things. Now, music is his thing. Oh, and I have to say, too, that I'm one of those person who has to forgive Dr. Anderson because I'm one of those voice. He talked about a vocal major, and that was me. So when he was talking about how his education, did not prepare him for hip-hop, and he is so true. I did Italian, I did French, I did German. I had to learn how to stand, how to sing, how to breathe, all of that kind of stuff. So that's funny. So Mark Anthony Neal from Duke University, Black popular culture with him. Robin D.J. Kelly, if you just put his name in, he's sort of a post-Marxist theorist, scholar, but working on African Americans. Post-World War II, he has some things that connect to Black popular culture. Trying to think of some other people. The thing that I'm finding with Black popular culture, I developed my first course on Black popular culture here at Bowling Green State University in the Department of Popular Culture in 1994, and then I taught it for the first time in 1996. And what I have found over the years is that Black popular culture, like any, we could say American culture, we could say Japanese American culture, we could say Nigerian culture. It is so broad, so diverse. So I have not found really one volume that covers a lot of things, even though I've been sort of styling myself as a generalist in some ways of covering maybe 3 or 4 different areas that I have been looking at different, the seasons of life, as they would say in the musical Rent. But those two, oh gosh, I'm thinking about an ethnomusicologist. Her last name is Galt. I'm thinking about her. Bambi Higgins is another person. She's written about Black sitcoms. So I guess I have to stop there because then you'd be watching me pausing for too long.
I did briefly want to ask, you had mentioned you went to Ebony magazine or other Black publications because they had perspectives that you couldn't get in People. Are there any magazines or anything like that you could recommend it reports on popular culture today?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because Jet's not publishing anymore, Ebony's not publishing anymore, but there is books.google.com that has a whole, just, thousands of magazines, and that's where I'm going there. Now, when I started my work with Black popular culture, when I came here as a faculty member in 1993, our library here, our popular library is just fantastic. It is outstanding. So I was looking at paper copies of Ebony magazine, which we still have, the university still has, but the great thing about Google Books and how they're loaded it there. Today, Essence is not making the paper copies anymore, but Essence is still available online. So Essence would be a magazine that keeps up. I guess, I was subscribing to Essence as the hard copy of it. No. Well, I don't even know if they've made any more. No, I don't think they've made any more, I don't think. So with that, I have an email subscription, and they're sending out things like every other day, and they hit all kinds of topics: sexuality, sports, religion. So Essence Magazine is a place, and and I'm not suggesting to anybody that you take Ebony and Jet and Essence Magazine and Black Enterprise Magazine as scholarly sources, but what I'm saying is that it fills in for those places where the voices are not heard. And because I have another idea for an article that really should be a book project that I just can't put my attention to now, as I've been reading through, because one of the first questions you mentioned, B. Richards. She had this fantastic quote in there, and Millie Jackson, I don't know if I got any people from the 70s, know anything about 70s, talking about, she was kind of like one of those nasty kind of performers. But there was a quote by her, but B. Richards had a very interesting quote, and then I'll just stop, response so you can, if you want to follow up. But she had this interesting quote about Black women in film. She said, when you see white women in film, she said, it's a fiction. You're making up this thing about, you have this image of a white woman, how she's supposed to be in film. And then she said, but of course, Black women, it's hard for them to even become a fiction. And so that was one of her way of kind of commenting on the fact that there are not many opportunities for African American women to be in film. And it's just as I quoted from Esther Roll, the only things that you had available to you was to be a maid if you were. And there were women working hard at it. Amanda Randolph, Lillian Randolph, Louise Beavers, Ethel Waters. These four, if you look at anything in the mid 40s to like 1965, I'm sure, now Ethel Waters was also a blues woman, and then she kind of shifted into Broadway and then shifted into music. But if you look at the three women, Louise Beavers, Amanda Randolph, Lillian Randolph, and they aren't related, look at that, look at their work. They were playing maids. They were doing, because that's what they could do. And they were not equating their self-worth, their dignity with playing those roles. They were doing a job, and that's the way they saw it. So I guess to kind of me wrap that up about talking about Ebony, Essence, and Jet Magazine is that they fill in the blanks. And so the project that I'm thinking about is just looking, just reading those magazines to see, because Jet had these little quotes, these little articles, about Black women, Black men, young people, the whole gamut. But just to focus on that to see, because I don't think there's been anything written about, like a single work about B. Richards. And yes, she did a lot. But I might be able to find little nuggets in Jet Magazine, in Ebony Magazine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think we are out of, it's 3:50, Anna. One more, if there is a comment or a question. Thank you.
So I would like to thank you all for coming to this second day of dialogue. We hope you have found it to be enjoyable and educational. Again, to those attending in person, please take a moment to stop by the lobby and complete our evaluation, either via QR code, hyperlink, or paper and pen. To those who are attending virtually, a hyperlink will be sent to your email address with which you registered. Thank you so much to all of our presenters, to our keynote, to people who help us organize, including Dr. Katie Steigels, Melissa Oxter, Jason Walton, Tom Cummings, Jim Dotchick. You all have made this day possible, so thank you all for all the work that you put in as well. To everybody here and to everybody virtually, thank you again for supporting the programming offered through the Division of Diversity and Belonging, and have a great weekend. Thank you.